welcome back to Danganronpa Chapter 5, our trial. Let's see if I remember where we're at. Nagito has been killed. We currently believe he's the main he is currently my main suspect, although it's very possible he was killed elsewhere. Yeah, it's still probably a suicide. We'll find out in the trial whether he killed himself to promote our hope, or did something else. He had a couple neat tricks that we're probably gonna have to go through with the class before we can actually get to figure out who the killer is, because that's usually what happens. We have to work out the entire scenario, and I'm wholly expecting that. So let's get into our skills. Increase influence gauge. Sure. I think we only got one new skill, right? We didn't remember to buy any for Monomi, so we don't have anything new. Alright. Yeah, that's right, Xenon. Say hi to our wonderful friends at YouTube. Let's get in there into that trial and figure out who the heck killed Nagito. I'm hoping for a twist, but if it's just Nagito's suicide, I'd be fine with that. Let's begin with a simple explanation of the class trial. The classic explanation. Alright. During the class trial, you'll present your arguments for who the killer is and vote for who done it. If you vote correctly, then only the blackened will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everybody besides the blackened, and that person will earn the right to leave this island. Monomi! Oh, Monomi, you're not hanging by a rope now. Oh my, Monomi! My cute little sister, you're awfully quiet. What happened to you? Nagito isn't one to kill himself? Yeah, you think he's 100% murdered? Your last guess for the Tsukihime DLZ character is Mario Galambestino? Alright. Alright. You've ascended the ladder of adulthood and reached the moon because you're a rabbit? What? Why are you just staring? Chesto! Monomi is standing there. One more time. How about this one? Monokuma, you're being incredibly violent. Oh, back, more auras. This will be my final blow. Monomi's still thinking. It's useless. Useless. Please stop. I feel bad for Monomi. You're right. Now's not the time for me to horse around with Monomi. The class trial started after all. The victim this time is Nagito, who is attempting to reveal the traitor for everyone's sake. Who the hell killed him? I'm so curious. He was killed for trying to reveal the traitor. Traitor is obviously the killer. They were trying to shut Nagito up. Were they? That's a possibility. Oh, that might be it. Thank you, Kazuichi. It may not be it. You're trying to protect the traitor. They didn't call it when we were in danger. You may or may not be correct. Wait a minute. Don't tell me you're the traitor. We don't know that. Don't say something so stupid. There's no way in hell I'm the traitor. That's more like it. That's more like it. Hurry up and start arguing already. The traitor and the killer who murdered Nagito. is here, right? Are they the same person? Oh, I just noticed Gundam's X is like the classic Times New Roman bold X. Cool. A lot of the characters have their own custom dead. Alright. Torture wounds? Is that where we're gonna go? I guess we'll load torture wounds as our bullet. Alright. The killer didn't tape Nagito's mouth to shut him up. I'm telling you, they were torturing him. The reason Nagito's body was covered with wounds? Because the killer tortured Nagito? Tortured Nagito's included. That's why he's so beat up. What are they trying to find out by torturing him? Definitely the bomb's hiding place? If so, the suspect. That was Fuhiko? What coincidence? It was also on his island. There's no way I'd torture someone? Why did the killer have to torture Nagito? Were they caused by torture in the first place? Monokuma's account. Monokuma never told anyone they were fake, that he knew all the time. That's not really relevant. Oil lighter, the panels, the plushie, the duct tape, the survival knife, the torture wounds. I guess torture wounds must be. The killer tortured Nagito. That's why he's so beat up. Let's fast forward a bit. What were they trying to find out? Hiding place? Oh, I can't pick that one up. Right. Nobody torture it. Coincidence. Ooh, I was trying to pick that one up. Maybe pick up torture? Torture and bomb's hiding place might work. Whoever found the bomb first? Not strictly true. By coincidence. It is his island, remember? Tortured Nagito. Bomb's hiding place? No, okay. Whoever tortured Nagito did not know the bomb was fake. That means I'm not a suspect. Yes. That's not. Oh, okay, apparently that's not right. Okay, is any of these a lie? The killer tortured it. That's possible. What were they trying to find out by torturing him, though? The bomb's hiding place? That's Fuhiko. Maybe we use torture wounds and question that? I'm not quite sure which bullet I'm supposed to fire at, which means I'm probably on the wrong track mentally. Let's see. I don't really have anything that ties to coincidence, though. It's just a... Like, do I have a bullet that ties to that? Duct tape, survival knife? No. The bomb's hiding place. Not right either. I'm not quite sure what to pick here. Tortured Nagito. Bomb's hiding place. I'm not really sure what to pick here to get me on the right track. Are the wounds caused by torture in the first place? It is caused by torture. He was obviously tortured, yeah. Tortured Nagito. Bomb's hiding place. I'm not sure what to pick here. None of these make sense. None of our actual bullets make sense, so it has to be fire one of these. I couldn't pick it up, that's weird. Okay. Time's up. What the hell is that supposed to be? We've already gotten a game over on the first question in this? That's incredibly difficult. What is the logic supposed to be for that puzzle? None of the bullets seemed even remotely appropriate. We're just skipping all this dialogue because we've seen it like 10 times at this point. What the heck is the logic for that trial? It's like, I just don't understand what the question was supposed to, like, what we're supposed to get here. Let's try this again. None of these seem appropriate. Not a single one of them. Yeah, how the mechanism of the fire, like, that's the assumption, but... Okay, let's read it again slowly. See if we missed something. The reason it was covered with wounds is because the killer tortured Nagito. That's why he was so beat up? Okay. What were they trying to find out by torturing him? The bomb's hiding place. Whoever found out the bomb first. Oh, it's Fuyuhiko. You found it by coincidence. How do I prove coincidence? How would I prove coincidence? Survival knife, duct tape, Monokuma's account. What did the killer have to torture him? Like, no, that's not appropriate. What is this supposed to be? Like, we have all the information in front of us. We have no ambiguity in what we're supposed to be doing. Let's read through all the bullets. Maybe one of them describes something else. Okay, oil lighter, survival knife, and duct tape are ones we haven't done yet. Let's see. Survival knife. Stabbed into his hand. It's from the military base. The wounds on it were caused by it. Okay. Hey! Helpful toast. I'm gonna read you as helpful toast because I feel like... Nagito's mouth was covered with duct tape. However, the blood that was splattered onto his face wasn't under the duct tape. Nagito was desperately moving his mouth under it. Just realized this trial makes you sad. Ah, you're a Nagito fan. There are a lot of fans of Nagito. A lot of Nagito fans. Found at the fire source. Looks like this is what caused the fire. I mean, if you were literally getting repeatedly stabbed, you'd be screaming in pain, right? Right? If I like stabbed you in the leg, you'd probably be screaming in pain if you had duct tape on your mouth, so that doesn't give us anything either. Right? The reason Nagito's body was covered in wounds. Someone tortured him. How do we disprove he was tortured? Maybe we try like the panels? Like the panels are a setup that stops you from... I think we use the panels on torture. Hold up. I'm gonna use panels in torture. You've never been stabbed repeatedly? You don't disprove it because no one thinks yet? I'm trying panels. Hold up. I'm trying panels on torture. It's not panels on torture? He was obviously tortured no matter how much you look at it. If it's not torture, what is? Okay. I'm thinking panels because... I was thinking panels because, like, I'm thinking panels because... they're, like, set up to rig the explosion when you go in. Which would be weird. Like, why would you want to start a fire if you're in the room and could die from smoke inhalation? Or worse, because they're watching the fire, they prevent you from escaping because there's no other way out of the room. Like, it just seems like a bad idea to trigger that. Like, why wouldn't you trigger the fire earlier? That was my logic for that one. And I'm going to do that with the oil lighter next, because that's the next most rational thing. If they wanted me to be, like, a step removed from this. Nagito wasn't tortured because there's a lighter? No? Okay. Alright, they didn't tape Nagito's mouth. Am I too smart? I feel like I'm really dumb because I'm struggling on this question, actually. How do I prove oil lighter? One of Kima's account, panels, the plushie? The knife? Definitely the bomb's hiding place. Whoever found the bomb first? Not necessarily. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Whoever found the bomb first. Hiko seems like it's... Why do we... Okay, why do we not have a bullet for Fuyuhiko's plan? Like, do we not have a bullet at all in our file for how we split up the teams? Because Fuyuhiko was sent to the island by us to explore it looking for the explosives. Him finding the bombs is perfectly reasonable. Why do we not have a bullet for that? Sonya secretly used the bombs from military base and found out they didn't work. Blood on girder, plushie. Spear of Gungear, duct tape, blood on the left hand. Like, that would be a good answer too. It's like he stabbed himself. That's like, oh wow, he stabbed himself. That's weird. He can speak. Why torture? He can't speak. Why torture? Cause you don't want him to make noise. So, you don't want him to make noise, so you duct tape his mouth to make it harder to breathe. Then you stab him so he's not making noise, so he's not found while you're torturing him. When you think he's ready to answer, you take the duct tape off. They literally do that in movies all the freaking time. Like, they duct tape you, rough you up, take the duct tape off. You ready to talk now? And they'll be like, oh yeah, yeah. Or they'll, you know, spit in your... They'll either talk then, or they'll spit in your face. One of those two. It's like a classic movie trope. Soda says they torture him to get info for the bomb. It's like a classic movie trope to stop someone from talking and ask them if they're ready to go. I think duct tape seems perfectly reasonable. Like, they also played music. You could maybe say he would have screamed for help. Yeah, that's why you keep the duct tape over his mouth until you think he's ready to give you whatever you want. That's all. Remember, they also had the music in place. They also have the music in place so he can't say anything? Yeah, he would have screamed for help if he was normal, but he isn't normal. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure he'd scream in pain. I don't... Just because he's, like, lucky doesn't mean he's immune to pain. Like, you want me to try duct tape on torture? That doesn't make a lot of sense. I'll try knife on torture, then I'll do duct tape on torture. No, the knife doesn't work. It should be blood on hands. But we don't have the option to use that as a bullet. Duct tape doesn't make a lot of sense here, but we can do it because you asked duct tape and torture. What the fuck? That actually worked? On what planet does duct tape and torture work? Like, clearly the answer is he's not tortured, but why does that work? Yeah, but you can take tape off. It's not very hard. It also hurts. That's what we're going with? Like, we're ignoring movie tropes and making up our own tropes now? Okay, go with that. Duct tape's like the classic, you can't talk while you're screaming. I just realized, it's a trap! A trap? Stupid Hajime, you got caught in the trap. What? I don't even know how we got here. I feel like I'm in a trap just by clicking this option. Cool, I don't know. Torture wounds? Yeah, we're gonna go with duct tape. Okay, advance. You tape his mouth shut? I was supposed to answer. When you take the tape off so we can open his mouth when you want him to talk and are ready to control what he says. No, it's not that. The killer tortured Nagito. For information about the bomb's location. They duct taped his mouth shut. They taped his mouth shut after getting information from him. That sounds reasonable. That contradicts the truth. If they listened to the variety, he wouldn't have the trouble repeating himself. Okay. This how it went down. I'm listening. The killer tortured Nagito and got information about the bomb's location. And duct tape his. They killed him in duct tape. They killed him and duct tape his mouth shut. Gods, I don't understand the logic for this po- I'm completely off the rails in this poll. This is gonna be a rough, tough one. Fear of good gear, maybe? Like, why kill him would be the question, right? My question would be why kill him after you've gotten the information. First he tortured him and got information. After they killed him. That seems illogical. Why kill him? Yeah, duct tape. Maybe. Duct tape on it, you think? Yeah, that might work. I was originally trying duct tape, but I only tried it on the first one. Let's try that again. No! They didn't. What do you say? You're gonna make... What is the rebuttal supposed to be here? I'm so confused. They really ramped up. Got information with... Oh. Wait, they killed him! Is the one you duct tape cut on? What? There's no doubt his mouth was... They definitely killed him! At some point! You can't contest he died! He died from the spear falling, which is probably when we opened the... Maybe it may have been when we opened the door. Maybe. I think maybe that's the reason. But why does duct tape work there? That doesn't make sense. They duct tape... Duct tape on kill? Whatever. Again, I already don't know why the first one's logic... The first question's puzzle logic works, so until we get onto a new argument, I'm gonna be completely lost. Until I figure out what's going. There's no doubt Nagito's mouth was covered with duct tape before he's beat up. Yes, we know that one, Hajime. Yes, obviously. How is that difficult? I don't understand how this is, like, confusing. What did you say? Who cares about the duct tape? We may as well settle this with rock, paper, scissors. Thank you, Akane. Move us onto a new track that I can maybe follow. You don't need to play a game. It's clear the duct tape was on his mouth before the torture began. That wasn't any of the arguments. That was something we knew for a fact. What do you always start with Hajime? Do you have a crush on him or something? Are you in elementary school or something? Jesus, man. You were with us when I peeled the duct tape off Nikito's mouth, right? The blood on Nikito's face wasn't under the gum tape, remember? Or duct tape, remember? Blood. Blood on his face came from his arm wounds, yes. Honestly, I'd say some of it might have come from the facial wound, from the chest wound too, based on the splatter. Possibly. Which means the duct tape was on his face before the arms were wounded, yes. Or at the very least, they were wounded a little bit after. He was wounded more after the duct tape was put on. Sort of. The duct tape had a lot of crinkles around his mouth. Yeah? Yeah? Must have been struggling to open his mouth under the duct tape. Yeah? Perhaps the duct tape was used so he wouldn't be able to scream. It's like I said at the beginning, the tape wasn't for torture, it was to keep his mouth shut. Okay. I can't believe we're still arguing this duct tape point. However, if they wanted to seal his mouth, they did not need to hurt him with such ferocity. Probably had a deep grudge against Nikita. Thanks, Fihiko. Are you saying the killer was trying to make him suffer? So that's freaking crazy. Did they go psycho or something? No, they didn't go crazy. Whoever did this must be one crafty bastard. You don't say, Fihiko. If not, they wouldn't have taken time to set fire to the crime scene and destroy all the evidence. The warehouse fire was destroying evidence? I can't think of any other reason. Oh, I can. Who could have done that? It was done by us when we opened the door. Let's see if we can get a decent bullet for this one. When the fire occurred, everyone in this room was gathered in front of the warehouse. And right after I opened the door, the flames started burning from the very back. Which means it's plausible to think nobody here set the fire. The killer isn't one of us. Well, that's not the case, but I mean, it's wishful thinking. I'm with you. Yeah, I can understand that. Even if it's a coincidence, the timing was just too perfect. Based on the pattern up until now. Yes, good assumption, Sonia. We should suspect some kind of setup was used for this. Some kind of setup? Like what? I don't know that, but that's been the pattern before. It's clearly a setup, yes. Thank you, Sonia, for working that out. I'm glad we didn't have to bullet through anyone for this. Or Miss Sonia, you have such an amazingly high intellect. Okay. Right. Let's think about this based on what Miss Sonia thinks. Is that okay, Miss Sonia? Damn right it is. The reason for the fire, they're right. We need to clear that up first. Okay. I have a couple bullet ideas for this. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we actually get given. Torture wounds, burned rope, survival knife, Monokuma plushie, Monokuma panels, or the oil lighter are both pretty good. We'll start with the panels. The direct cause of the fire was, okay, the oil lighter found at the crime scene. I'm okay with that. The killer used some kind of setup and lit the curtain on fire with the candle. Okay. Some kind of setup? Oh, that was wrong, sorry. The oil is an improvised fuse? That's wrong, that's wrong. Sorry, that was actually a bad choice. Game is completely right in that. Direct cause of the fire was, we're gonna fast forward. Alright, we should probably grab these. The oil is not an improvised fuse. That's completely wrong. They didn't throw the lighter. That's actually wrong. This from the shape of the oil. You can stand up while the flames lit. Yes. If they tipped over the lighter in some... Somewhere. Yep. Invisible thread. Tip it over with sound waves. Oh, I missed. I missed the one I actually wanted to fire. Damn. That's annoying. It's a long one. There's a couple possibilities. Through the lighter. Invisible thread, unlikely. Tip it over with sound waves. There we go. The door is the most likely. I'm with that. Yeah, I was thinking invisible thread you could clarify as the panels. That was one thought. If they decided to go that way, I would have been okay with that. But the doors was way more obvious, so I'm glad we went with that one. Yeah, panels on open door. It's definitely panels. It was just a question of like which of the blue things we had to agree with. I also agreed that opening the doors would start the fire. Yeah. No, it wasn't the wind pressure. Although theoretically, if the wind pressure was high enough, you could use it to tip over the panels. That is less likely than the fact that the door was locked because there was panels behind it, and you had to push the panels over. As I thought it was the wind pressure. A dust devil blown here from glorious neon. No. Not the wind pressure. They probably used the Monokuma panels. A huge number of tipped over Monokuma panels were found at the crime scene, right? And all in a line for the most part. Yeah, it looked like they were scattered everywhere, but some were lying on top of each other in a single file line. Just a single line leading from the warehouse door to the fire's origin. Does that mean anything? The killer probably arranged those Monokuma panels to create a domino effect. A domino effect? You mean those tiles kids play with by lining them up and tipping them over? In place of those tiles, the killer used the Monokuma panels. That's fair. I'm surprised we... I like how well drawn this is. We opened the warehouse door, the first panel toppled into the second. And from there they fell like dominoes until they reached the lighter at the very end. That works. We've worked out this. We knew we needed to work out simple things like this. Wouldn't it be obvious those big panels are like falling over? Yes, it was. That's probably why they turned off the lights in the warehouse so we wouldn't notice them. And also blared music so we couldn't hear anything, right? It's the reason the warehouse was dark was to hide the domino effect. Yes, it was. And one more thing. There was something else the killer did to hide the domino effect, right? Yes, there is, Chiaki. Killer did one other thing to hide the domino effect. It's pretty straightforward. It's the music, right? An easy question. It's the gimme to make me feel better. You're talking about the MP3 player, right? Yep. Yeah, we are. Him blaring through the warehouse masked the sound of falling panels. Exactly, Hajime. Inside of the warehouse felt even darker because our eyes were still used to the bright sunlight outside. Within the darkness, a loud hymnal blared throughout the warehouse at full volume. You guys hear something? Yeah, it's really damn loud. Does Nikito like listening to this depressing crap? Thanks, Fihiko. No, I'm not talking about the music. Is it on cue? It suddenly started. And that's when the fire started. That's it. The strange sound was after the sound of the panels falling. Thanks, Akane. The panels were the only strange thing, right? Looking back on it, it was also strange when we opened the door to the warehouse. It was very strange. We couldn't open it, and then we could. We had to use a bit of force. It's fine. I'll open it slowly. No, that's not the problem. Seriously, it'll be fine. With those words, Akane brushed off everyone's warnings and slowly opened the door to the warehouse. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Couldn't open it. Have I seen the latest Twitch channel boosting thing? Don't I just have to go to bigfollows.com and swipe my credit card to instantly get a bajillion followers? It's not open. There's something blocking the door. I can hardly open it. I knew it. It's a trap. Seriously, just stop it already. Didn't I tell you we found me these little force? I have to open it slowly. Akane ignored their protest, and with a mighty kick, the door flew open. Boom. Exactly, Akane. Ah, so the door was being blocked by a Monokuma panel. When we opened the door, the domino effect started and the panels falling eventually reached the lighter. Yes, and that's how the warehouse caught on fire. At least, that's how it looks. That's how it looks, Chiaki. You don't look so sure. At the time, Akane mentioned she could barely open the door. Because the panel was blocking it, right? Thank you, Chiaki, for realizing that this is a sealed room dilemma, thanks to the fact that the door couldn't be opened. So, if you had the option, you just remove all the discussion rights of Soda. He did something useful in the investigations a couple times. Right? He did let us open the door to Strawberry Tower. Like, get the door to Strawberry Tower and the elevator working, which was needed to solve the mystery. Is that a problem? Major problem. I mean, the door was the only entrance to the warehouse. Oh, interesting. Is that real? Who's Zach Busey anyway? In trials, he always says bullshit. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I guess he's slightly better. He's still pretty annoying, though. That door was the only entrance to the warehouse. Exactly. How did the killer escape? The problem Chiaki's talking about is the killer couldn't have left. He's a mechanic, not an intellectual. Mechanics can be very smart, but in his case, he is pure mechanic, 0% intellectual. He's like an orc. Like, sure, yeah, the orc can totally fix up your motorcycle and build a motorcycle from scratch, but he's an orc, so he's probably a dumbass. Dumbass soccer hooligans. Alright, if the panel was so close to the door, it could barely be opened. The killer inside the warehouse wouldn't be able to leave, right? Now that you mention it. Does that mean they were hiding inside? Who? We were all outside the warehouse, you know? Based on the patterns up until now, I believe some kind of setup was used. You don't have to think so hard. There's actually only one person who could possibly have done this. What? You don't mean... But if that's true, this murder... Hajime, what do you mean? Well, we were coming to the conclusion very early. Are we going to have a twist then? The person who set up the domino effect inside the warehouse, there's only one person who could have done that. Click, 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 click. I went the wrong way. It's you. What if it was Nikita? What if it was Nikita? Why'd you bring up he's the victim, you know? Oh, but he might also be the killer. No, it's just the victim. Maybe. You say that like it's hard to be better than Terror. It's hard to be battered and cooked quicker than Terror. Not just the victim. What does that mean? Oh, you guys are just... Just the victim. And the perpetrator, too. Maybe. You're saying this was a suicide? Don't be stupid. Body was covered in torture wounds, or did you already forget? They could all have been self-inflicted. He's crazy as fuck. How's it going, Mr. I Love Krill? Oh, Kirill? Kirill. I read that as Krill and was like, is he a whale? Kirill. Alright. How's it going? Are you saying those wounds are all something? It looks like they were. It's either a very good setup or he did in fact commit suicide. I mean, we've been guessing suicide from the start. Nagito's crazy enough to do it too, right? Nagito might do something like that, don't you think? Yeah, he's completely insane. Rest in peace, Nagito. I know. I thought the issue was tied up, remember? Even for a creep like Nagito, it'd be impossible for him to tie up his own arms and legs. Well, he only had 2 legs and 1 arm tied up, actually. We don't have proof the second arm was actually tied, or what type of knots they was using. You're right. Yeah, as long as you understand. Seems we need to discuss how Nagito was able to tie himself up. Need to discuss. Skewered Nagito. It sounds like a dish. Sounds like an authentic dish. It's not necessary. It's all. No matter how much you think about it, it's clearly impossible. No. You got better. Like you said, it seems impossible if you think about it, but I feel like I'm overlooking something. The burned rope. Burned rope, please. Burned rope? Torture runes. Burned rope. Hello. Burned rope. Like, you actually tie up your own arms and legs. It's obviously impossible, is it? Trying the legs is one thing. Tie up both arms would be impossible. Couldn't do much with the free arm. Be impossible if you were by yourself. How about use your teeth? Use your front tail? What? Dirty joke? Isn't that a dirty joke? It is. Your assumption is he committed suicide. He should have tied himself up, right? Yeah. Oh, no, I missed it. It's obviously the first one, right? I think it's the first one. Use your front tail. Okay, it's gonna be the first one. Let's see. There we go. He didn't tie up both arms. He only tied up one arm. We couldn't tell because the other one was burned. Isn't that premise flawed? It's no mistake his arms and legs were... No, the burned rope. We only saw 3 limbs being tied up. It shouldn't have been both of his arms. The rope on his right arm was completely burned up. Based on that, you can't say he was tied up. You're a very wholesome person who's also a great liar. I see. Oh, it's just burned by fire. He should have been tied up before then. It burned because of the fire, like you said. It might look like that. But there's a problem with that. That was part of the trap, and there's some good evidence that proves it. Alright. I'm on board with you, Hajime. The proof that the burned rope on Nagito's right arm is a trap is the... Ooh, is it his right sleeve or the knife? I don't know off the top of my head. Can I check the evidence? See, the knife is there. Yeah, that doesn't tell us anything. I think it's the sleeve. Where's the sleeve? It's not giving me it as a thingy. Alright. That's fine. His right sleeve. It's his right sleeve. I was gonna say, it should be his right sleeve, not the knife. Yeah. Take a close look at his right sleeve. It's not nearly as stretched. Even though the rope was burned, the sleeve wasn't burned at all. Wouldn't you agree? Yep. Yeah, ropes burn. If a rope burns, it should keep burning. And he wasn't covered by water, so he should be good. A burn like this, no matter how you think about it, is unnatural. Yeah, it just stopped. Like what? The rope was burned in advance, so it looked like it was burned by a correct. Also, rope, in my experience, rope doesn't easily burn. I don't know what kind of rope that is, but I've actually intentionally burned rope, and but rope, like if it's nylon rope, it'll actually just melt and fuse together. It won't actually catch on fire and burn. Like you can take a butane torch to it, and it'll actually just melt a little bit, very slowly. Like, you won't have to actually put it out half the time. Now, it looks like they're using a different material for rope, because they're going with the classic brown ropes, which I don't remember what they're made out of, but they might actually burn. Yeah, it was definitely burned in advance, or somehow shut down. Again, he should be covered in water if he got hit by the sprinklers, if you're assuming that's what put out the rope fire. And I think his right arm wasn't tied up, right? He was able to move it freely, right? Yeah, that should be the case. Only 3 limbs tied up. Hajime, that's awesome. I'll let you cop a feel if you want. There you go, Xenon. All you have to do is have some amazing deductive prowess, and Akane will let you cop a feel. Although you might die afterwards anyway. Akane, you should not give it away for free. Make sure they pay you first. What? What? A Sonia encouraging prostitution now? That's definitely wrong. That's definitely wrong. Fine, I just gotta get a Benjamin from him before I let him touch me, right? Right? Curious. That's a curious turn of phrase. Do Japanese people actually say Benjamins? I'm not American, so I don't even know how often Americans say Benjamins. But alright. That's not what I'm talking about, Nikita. Okay, what do you think? What do you think for 100 US? 100 US seem good? I mean, even if his right hand wasn't hit, the knife was still stabbed into it, you know? That's a good point. That's a good point, Fuyuhiko. Good point, Kazumi. It's impossible to stab a knife with your right hand. That much is obvious. Hajime, you tricked me. Give me back that Benjamin. What? Not only did she try to charge me, she wants the money back? What? It's only 100, Xenon. You don't need to max out the credit card. And if no one tells her to charge more, that's all you'll ever have to pay. Yeah. Hold on, there should be a way. Hurry up and spill it. Yeah, we'll spill it. Calm down, Yakuza man. Mini Yakuza. It's something lame. I'll make you give back the Benjamin with 10,000% interest. What? We haven't even paid. A way to stab yourself in your right hand using only your right hand. There's definitely an answer for this. Torture wounds, burned rip, survival knife, blood on girder. way he was stabbed. Knife? How could he have stabbed with his right hand with his right hand? He threw the knife into the air and let the knife fall? Could he stab his hand that way? Is he a throwing knife expert? Maybe he propped the knife somehow. And slammed his right hand down? Propped it onto what? You should prop the knife. You could have used his bound left hand. Bound left hand? Which have your arms. You know if the left hand could reach his right hand? Oh, that actually works. That actually follows. Blood on girder, survival knife, burned rope, torture wounds. Blood on girder, maybe? Okay, let's look at this. That's not relevant. I wanted to use blood on left hand, but that doesn't quite match. It's not available. Blood on girder. I think it's blood on girder. Maybe it's blood on girder? Why are they using dollars to live in Japan? It's a translation thing. They didn't. I don't think they actually said Benjamins in Japanese. They probably said something else because I'm not familiar with what they said. Is throwing a knife expert? No. It's gotta be blood on girder, right? Prop the knife somehow. Prop it on what? You're tied up, your arms don't bend. Not knife fall. Let the knife fall. Prop the knife somehow. Bend that easily. Yeah, we're gonna use this. Down left hand to prop it, I think is the correct answer. Knife fall? No. Ooh, not that. Interesting. Did you prop the knife? Do you have it? Okay. What did he prop it with? St. Quartz is worth more than a... St. Quartz is worth considerably more than a yen. That would be a good deal if you could sell St. Quartz for 1-to-1 ratio. Throw the knife into it. The knife fall. Land in his hand. I have to envision the scenario, how he does this. Prop up the knife, but not on the girder. It's gotta be inside here. Prop it into what? Bound left hand. Bend that easily. He could only get this right hand stabbed. How did he do it? Knife fall. Drop the knife somehow. And the other way. No, no, I don't. What am I supposed to? I'm still like reading this, trying to figure out what are we supposed to actually do? He didn't prop the knife on his left hand. Let's go through the clues again. What do we have for bullets? Blood on girder, panels, plushie. I still don't know what the plushie is for. What does the plushie do? Life-size Monokuma plushie, found on the floor. Near the fire's origin point, a huge bloody hole in its stomach as if it was stabbed. What is this line for? I thought it would be the line, like he used some weird setup with the fact that the Spear of Gungir has like a loop around it that maybe like the knife was on one of it or something. It doesn't really explain the blood trail though. Yeah, blood on girder was probably a bad pick there earlier on. Like, I'm thinking he held it with his left hand and either hurt his legs with his left hand, or he's hurting his, or he's holding it and, like, slamming his hand down on it. Like, if he's that crazy, right? You tie your left hand up, you kind of hold it, and then you, like, push your hand onto it. Maybe that's a little bit too difficult. What's an... So, the panels can't be associated with it, right? There are no panels near him, so the panels can't be it. The plushie... I thought the plushie would have a stab wound in it. What if the plushie has a round hole in it because he stuck the handle in there? Stick the handle in there. But plushies are like notoriously flimsy. Like, wouldn't it be a terrible way to hold things? I mean, we can try it. Oh, you think he propped it on the plushie too? Okay, okay. You think he'll prop it on the plushie too? Yeah, okay. Let's try plushie. That seems possible. Prop it on the plushie. If both of us think it's possible, then it's probably it's a likely possibility. Hey, we got it. All right. Okay, we worked that one out. That one's all right. I didn't have a vision for how he used the plushie in the first place, so I kind of had to come up with one. My initial thought was that he'd like stabbed himself and then put it on the ground. If not, you don't know how. Yeah, no, I think he could have reached. Remember, the rope's not actually tied up, because yeah, it looked like a sex doll toy gone wrong. Yeah. See, here's my issue. Is like, I'm thinking, okay, so he like propped it up, slammed his hand down. Okay, so now I'm trying to figure out what this is. So he propped it up within arm's reach, but it was further away than arm's reach, so I guess he pushed it away afterwards. I don't see blood splatters that indicate he did this. So let's think about this. He ties up all three of his limbs with a Monokuma plushie lying within arm's reach. He slams his hand down on it. Let's say palm down. I think it would be palm down because the knife. He then lifts his hand, pushes the plushie away because it wasn't in arm's reach. It was across the room from him. Somehow we don't get any blood in the area around there, and then he moves his hand into position, flips it upside down, and rests it on the ground. So, my question is, how does he get blood on his right sleeve? Because in my head, if he's holding it with his left hand and he's laying on his back, when he reaches across his chest and or tries to roll a little bit to like impale his hand, and then lifts it off, and then he has to at some point move the knife across his chest, and presumably he could bleed onto his own chest and sleeve when doing that, which is how I would have thought he would have got the knife in position. Now, I'm willing to accept this plushie thing. It seems okay. But in my head, that would have made sense, because I looked at the blood splatters on the sleeve, and I thought that made sense, because they're like, oh, well, there's no blood. All the blood splatters on his face are from his left arm, and I'm like, oh, that makes sense. If there's splatters on his face from his left arm, it's probably because he had to move it, right? But I guess not. I guess not. Anyway, it's not a big deal. It's just that's how my mind was working. I'm like, if that happens, that makes sense. I don't really know how he gets blood splatters going right to left, or going like towards the top of his arm. If he never did something like that, it's kind of weird. But you know what? That's fine. That's fine. It's not the most confusing thing we've had in this game, and it's still a plausible explanation. I still would have expected a little bit more blood, though. Alright, the life-size Monokuma plushie. He must have used that to prop the knife. Makes sense. That's why there's a big hole in the stomach. The reason I'm so willing to accept that is because I didn't have a vision for why the plushie would be there or how it would be used. So if they want to use it as this, that's fine. It kind of eliminates it from any other elements of the story. Right, so that's why there's a hole in the plushie's stomach. But look, it's so far away. Like, it's so far away in this picture. He literally would have had to impale his hand with the knife, then throw the plushie bodily. And well, actually, you know what? There is a blood splatter over there. I can't use my mouse, but there's a blood splatter between the bottles and the plushie. Around near the bottles, between his arm and the plushie. That seems somewhat plausible. That seems a bit better, actually. You know what? I'm okay with that now. I don't remember if we... yeah, that seems okay. There is a blood splatter over there. That's better than nothing. And there's a splatter elsewhere. There's a splatter elsewhere. That's fine. Yeah, okay. I'm not 100% on the blood splatters on his sleeve, but you know what? I'm willing to take that one. Okay. Good job. It makes more sense if I visualize here. That's it. He had to place the plushie near him. It also explains the mysterious blood on the plushie. Yes, it does. A very good explanation. The blood on the plushie came from Nikito after he stabbed the knife into his own right hand. I see. So that's the trick. Yeah, I'm just as interested. For a moment or something, I seriously thought Monokuma died or something. A bleeding plushie is super scary. It's got the same fear factor as a doll whose hair grows too long. You know what? You're right, Monokuma. That's actually a little bit unusual. If a doll's hair grows, that is quite unnerving. After stabbing his hand, and he no longer needed the plushie, so he cast it off towards where the fire's origin point. Yep. He probably thought the fire would incinerate and destroy the evidence. Yes, he probably did. What do you think now, Fuyuhiko? I get what you're saying about the wound in his right hand, but there's still one huge problem. The spear. Basically, you're saying Nikito committed suicide by impaling himself with a spear, right? If you think about the order, getting killed by the spear should have been the last thing to happen to Nikito. Yeah, okay. If that's true, how is that possible? Okay, that's pretty straightforward. I'm assuming the end of this spear is magnetic. You can't grab a spear with his right hand if a knife stabbed into it and his left hand was all tied up. Then he probably took the spear first, and as he endured the pain, he stabbed the knife into his right hand. Not quite. There is a limit to his constitution. Yes, I agree. If you got penetrated by something so big and thick, you die instantly. Sonia is not doing phrasing. Are we doing phrasing here in 2021? Because I don't think Sonia's doing it. Phrasing, Sonia, please. Kazuichi. I'm sorry, I didn't catch all that. Like I said, if you get penetrated by something so big and thick, you die instantly. Say it one more time. I need to record it for reasons. Better cut it out. Like you said. In addition, it's very difficult to stab yourself with a spear. You're right. It'd be very hard to use a spear with a knife stabbed into your right hand while your left hand is tied up. You're saying it's impossible? No matter what I think, I can't believe Megito's death was caused by someone else. I'm curious to see if there's a twist coming in, or what it's gonna be. I also agree with that. I think one of us would kill someone with such cruelty. I never believe it. You say you can't believe it. You just don't want to believe it, right? Right. But that's why you keep getting betrayed over and over again, right? Same goes for this time, too. You just shut your mouth. It's against the rules to interfere with everyone. You even think about doing something? I have a plan of my own. Oh, Monomi's got a plan of her own. Oh, Monomi's sassing me. It's just as Monokuma said. We've been betrayed over and over again so far, so... This might also be the time. Calling this suicide takes too much to granted. It's too convenient. Kazuichi Soda, what are you trying to do? Are you saying there's a killer among us, Kazuichi? Of course, that doesn't include Miss Sonia and me. Of course it doesn't. As Kazuichi said, it's true, we've been constantly betrayed. Ooh, the heroic line. Even if I'm betrayed again, I still want to believe in everyone. No matter how many times we may be betrayed, I still want to believe in everyone. I want to believe there's no killer, but suicide is unimaginable. Suicide's unimaginable. Is it? You really think so? I said it too. You said it'd be impossible for him to stab himself with a spear in his condition. Impossible? Get wrecked. Chiaki's speaking slowly because she's being specific. I did say difficult, but I never said impossible. There's a big difference. I feel there's some way he could have stabbed himself with that spear. It's not a regular ass spear. Come on. What kind of way? Huh. Well, at least you can admit you don't know. Don't know? It's impossible to figure out by myself, so let's think about it together. That's how we made it this far up till now. Everyone working together. He's right, we made it through several ordeals till now by doing that. Then, even now... Alright, let's do this. Interesting. I don't know if any of these would do. How did Nikito stab him with speed? Let's work together. When the spear stabbed Nikito, his right hand was covered by the knife, right? He was only able to move his left hand. But his left hand was also tied up. If that rules out his left hand, the only other way is... with his teeth? No. His front tail! Guys have tails that get hard when they grab. Basic but so freaking awesome. Nikito committed suicide. He must have used that spear to stab himself. Even if his arms were tied up, there's no doubt he used some part of his body. The only thing he could have used is... his left hand was tied up. Rules out his left hand. Okay, he used his teeth. Gets hard. Is gets hard the line? That would be hilarious. It could be funny though. Okay, let's try again. Leave it to Lord Kazuichi Soda. It was covered by the knife. But his left hand was tied up. Rules out his left hand. His teeth. His left hand works. His left hand actually works. He can actually use his left hand. I'm thinking he held something in his left hand because there's no blood on it. He committed suicide. He must use it to stab himself. Even his arms and legs had some part of his body. The only part he could have used. His right hand was covered. Yep. Oh, there's blood on his left hand. That's a bullet. Holy shit, can we restart? Restart? No? Blood on left hand is obviously it. Holy shit. How did I miss that? I was looking for like a left hand reference the whole time. Do we have 6 bullets here? We do have 6 bullets. You can't see all of them. That's why I missed it. Holy shit. I was scrolling idly and I found it. Damn, alright. It's gotta be blood on left hand. Rules out his left hand. His left hand is clearly the choice. There we go. Holy shit. I am so lucky I scrolled there. I thought we only had 5 bullets and was like, none of these bullets really make sense. I don't want to click them. Okay, it's too early to dismiss the possibility he used his left hand. I didn't realize you could actually have more than 5 bullets, or more bullets than you could actually see. So we're gonna have to start scrolling every single bullet event to make sure we get the right one. Hold on, it's still too early to dismiss the possibility he used his left hand. We can get more bullets than we can actually see. That's pretty big. Why? I mean, his left hand was tied up, you know? There was something notable about his left hand. Let's stand on the palm of his hand. Don't you think it looks somewhat strange? He only had blood on the lower area of his palm. Below that point, beyond that point, the blood stain suddenly cuts off, right? Burnt rope makes sense. Why burnt rope? You think he burnt the rope so it fell on him? How would he light the rope on fire when he's... Okay, here's why I don't think burned rope works. For burned rope, his wrist is tied to the rope. So he needs to know the exact timing. Remember, he isn't burning, and the fire is starting at the ground floor and going straight up. So his hand and arm would have to be burned if burned rope was to make sense. Because remember, they're tipping over a lighter onto the curtain to start this whole fire, right? So I don't think it works for that reason. Not only is his hand a little bit far from the curtain, but we also ascertained the rope was pre-burned, and then we also followed up. With this logic that, like, okay, why would he tie it to his? I mean, he could tie it to anything, right? Why tie it to your arm when you could tie it to anything? Like, there are a few questions about that one. I think it makes more sense if you think about it this way. What happens is he holds the cable or whatever in his left hand, or like some way. He holds like the cable in his left hand and releases it to get the thing to fall on him because it weighs so much more. He does it before, then speedruns knife in hand and duct tape. Yeah. So basically what they're trying to say is there was something in his hand, right? Because he still has something, and clearly something was in his hand, and it wasn't the knife because we just proved the knife what was never in his hand. It was he might even be right-handed. Like, you'd have to assume that he's left-handed, and that would be why the hand's empty of blood, because he stabbed himself with the knife and then swapped to his other arm. But if he was left-handed, he probably would have left his left hand free so that he could do the knife stabbing into his hand. So him being left-handed and torturing and like stabbing his legs and then swapping to right hand doesn't make as much sense. Yeah. Yeah, the rope's on his arm. I think it makes more sense. He's holding something in his left hand, releases it, the blade falls, the spear falls. The blood splatter, that's as far as it reached, right? That settles the description of the bloodstain, but it's not the only unnatural bloodstain. See, we also have another bloodstain to talk about, and this is where we're going to bring up the one that's on the roof, right? Thanks for the drink, baby. Look, there's blood on the back of his hand, around the middle joints of his fingers. Like you said, it looks like an unnatural bloodstain, but what's wrong with that? It's on a girder near the ceiling. We might need to think and use our imaginations for a bit. If there's blood on his palm and the back of his hand, what was his left hand doing as the blood splattered? What was Nagito's left hand doing when the blood was splattered? Gripping something. This is important. His left hand is gripping something. I think that's what you might be missing. No, it's hold up. This is the blood I'm talking about. 1 second. So blood on his left hand is what they're discussing right now. The blood I'm talking about is the blood here. This is a girder near the ceiling. Like, it's at around the light level. So you're not typically up here, but there is a trail of blood up there for some reason. And I think the cabling, you see all the cabling? I think he was like holding the cabling. Possibly along an edge. And it was looped around the girder, and that's how he killed himself. Yeah, one hand on the spear, the other hand in the knife. Yeah. The blood splatter, he was probably gripping with his left hand. That's why there's such a strange looking blood stain on his palm and the back of his hand. Was he grabbing his front tail? Oh, he was obviously grabbing the spear. Well, guess what spear's the euphemism for? Ha ha! Now that you mention it, compared to the rest of his body, the wound on his left arm is pretty mild. I disagree, actually. I think the wound on... Oh, they were cuts. I was gonna say, they look way deeper and nastier than the ones on his legs, to be honest. What if the spear didn't kill him? They discovered poison in his room. It says specific, don't heat it. He might have filled the... He might have filled the poison into the the firebombs. I think that's what he did, BB. That's why there's half as many firebombs, because What's her face mentioned? Oh, I thought there were more fire supplies there. He clearly tampered with the supplies. He tampered with the supplies, but the thing is, cause of death is not required in a Monokuma trial. And yeah, we don't know if he died to the poison or if he died to something else. But there isn't any significant evidence of poison, I mean, we have the vial, so it might show up. But I don't know how relevant it is. It says, the fact that it said heat made it relevant, but like, based on the discussion, it says, highly potent, takes effect immediately, low volatility. When vaporized in a gaseous state, it's heavier than air and breaks down. It's susceptible to hydrolysis, so it's possible to poison someone without any complications. Keep it cool and away from sunlight. It's heavier than air, so... yeah, in theory, he could be breathing that in and dying. That might have been what happened. He breathes the poison in, looks up, dies. Release. Okay, we can think about that. He uses the poison. The poison is in the vials. They basically poisoned him. His death causes him to release the spear because he's holding it in his left hand for dear life. It hits him in the chest and they're like, oh, he died from the spear. That is a very good possibility. I don't think he was dead beforehand, though. I don't think he was dead, like, significantly before that, though. He was probably alive during the fire. That's interesting. I think that's an option if we want to include the poison. Because this spear probably wouldn't kill him immediately, and he wouldn't necessarily want to die easily. He wouldn't want to, like, die super painfully. Then again, he also tortured himself. He also stabbed himself with a knife repeatedly, split his arm open, and impaled himself on the knife afterwards, so, like... yeah, does the person throwing it count as the killer? They all threw them, they all count as the killers, they all die? That doesn't really work. It's still suicide because he's the mastermind. Remember, Monokuma says there's only ever one blackened, so you can't have everyone die. There's multiple people threw poison. And they weren't aware it was poison. It was actually set up by him, so he would still be the mastermind and the architect of his own demise. He probably made his wounds mild on purpose so he could keep his strength while he gripped on the spear. Yeah, okay, I'm with that. Even if he held the spear with his tied up left hand, it'd be impossible for him to stab himself. We'll get to that in a second. That's right, that's the problem. Chiaki, what do you think? Chiaki's thinking. Still thinking. Don't tell me you're getting sleepy. At times like this, you should always strike from a good angle, just like fixing an old TV. I got it, maybe. Really? Yeah, they already are 16. That's a first game joke. It's just a joke for the first game. Really? Yeah, like I thought. It's no mistake, Nikita was gripping the spear. I think. However, what's important is the section of the spear he was gripping. He was gripping the end of the rope thing. Mukuro, you both... Which section of the spear was he holding on? Dude, he was holding onto the cord. Shaft, handle, blade, cord. Pretty straightforward. Instead of the handle, Nikita must have been holding onto the cord. He was holding towards the end of the cord for the blade. There was a metal weight at the tip of the cord, but there were blood stains on that part too. Plus, the joint between the weight and cord had a blood stain shaped like it was cut off by something. Like, say, a hand? Yep. Isn't the size of that cutoff section about the size of a human fist? Yep. You're right. So this is the part Nikita was gripping, huh? Yep. And then the blood that was supposed to end up here ended up getting on Nagito's left hand. Exactly. Why is it so important to know which part of the spear he was gripping? Well, Kazuichi Soda, that's literally a 1 IQ play. Come on. Try a little bit harder. That's where the clue to solve this mystery resides, right, Chef? Yes, it does. I'm sorry, of course this mystery will not be solved that easily. Nikito was gripping the cord extending from the butt of the spear with his left hand. But from there, how would he stab himself? It's the girder. We're actually thinking about this. Things are stuck. Shall we have tea time? At a time like this? Why we stick to the plan to think one step at a time instead of expecting all the answers at once? Good call, Jackie. That's a long plan name. Yeah, it is. One step at a time. What does that mean? Nagito and Junko would make a weirdly similar looking kid. You're right. That's because I feel like Nagito is like half Junko, half previous protagonist, whose name I forgot. What if Moriarty's the one pulling off this plan? We'll see. Let's focus on the spear first. Where was it? And where was it? How was it positioned before it impaled Nagito? How was it positioned? Nagito was facing up. The spear was stabbed through his stomach. If it's just before that, the spear was above him. Could it be? Yeah, we already know this part. This is the part where the players are figuring it out. We've already found it. Or the characters are figuring it out. We've already found it out. Put these together and think I should be able to figure it out. Ah, we're gonna do this surfboard thing. Where the spear was and what it was in before it stabbed Nagito. Surfboard thing? Yep. It's logic dive. We're low on health. Let's not screw this one up too badly. Okay. Return to center. Whoa. Okay. Expect patterns. Expect repeating patterns. Okay, question 1. Where was the spear before it impaled Nagito? Above him. Whee. Sort of. The blade itself was above him. I don't know what that is. It's probably a moving obstacle. Ooh, that one only went halfway. Okay. Let's see. Where are we going next? Okay. Question 2. Besides the spear, what else was above him? A ceiling girder. A stuffed plushie. No. A ceiling girder. The sprinklers are not above him. Well, there might be one, but it wasn't active. Alright. Third question. Should be similarly straightforward. Hello. Oh shit, I'm gonna hit that. Yep. Okay, it doesn't kill you, it's just annoying. Oh, the early reversals, really? I expect them to go all the way, and they're going like halfway. It's kind of annoying. That one's going like 1 inch. Like, I want to go faster, but they're going in a pattern I don't quite expect. Although there is enough time to see the pattern. I don't really have too much of an excuse. Which item connects the spear and the ceiling girder? Spear's cord? Is that even a question? Shouldn't we know that? Brain blast. Or sorry, we gotta wait. You can see Makoto and Kyoko together, not Junko. Yeah, Makoto and Junko equals Nagito. 100% BB. Whether or not you see them together is irrelevant. That's how the designers kind of made them. A lot of the characters in this game seem like combinations of 2 former characters from the previous game. And that's how he's made. The spear impaled Nagito as he was lying face up. It must have been perpendicular to him just before that. Perpendicular in the middle of the air? Nikito developed himself. Does he have some sort of ESP? Wow, they're really stretching our character's intelligence here. It'd be awesome, but he probably used the ceiling character directly above him. Nikito probably flung the cord over the ceiling girder, using that as a support. He hoisted the spear directly above him. Yep. And if Nikito let go of the cord, the spear would have fallen and impaled him while he was lying face up. I noticed a slight red streak on the ceiling girder. It probably got smeared there during the setup. Yes. Setup? Possibly. The blood of the cord probably rubbed off on the ceiling girder as the spear was falling. Yep. How about it? Using this method, Nagito could have impaled himself using the spear. Yep. This one's a fairly intuitive murder. So I'm curious if there's going to be a reveal or a trick. Serious? You really committed suicide like that? Probably chose that spear so he could commit suicide like that. Yep. Someone else did this. There's no reason to go through all this trouble just to kill someone with a spear. I mean, you could threaten someone and say, if you ever let go, you're gonna die. But he'd probably find a way to save himself before he let go. Otherwise, I agree. While I was investigating the case, I kept thinking over and over how strange it was. Why did the killer use the knife and spear so differently? So you're saying he needed to use that spear to pull off his trick? This is for real. Yep. He really committed suicide? Yeah, he did. But why? That's the question. Every single wound in his body, that was all him? Not only that, he did all that while he was gripping the spear? The spear should not have stabbed Nikito until the very end. Means Nikito wounded himself while he was gripping that spear, right? Hardcore, man. Hardcore. Did he put that duct tape over his mouth too? Yep. Probably covered his own mouth so we couldn't hear him screaming in pain. Did he really need to go that far? Beyond crazy. Why would he do that to himself? He was probably trying to get us to make a mistake. By committing suicide, it looks like murder was trying to steer us towards the wrong answer. But he created a sealed room problem. His goal was to get us executed. No, it wasn't. When does the poison come in? It may or may not get mentioned. We'll see. That's why he stabbed himself over and over again. Did he want us to die that badly? No, he doesn't want that. That's messed up. That's seriously messed up. That's on Nagito. Gee, and I was starting to feel a little sympathetic towards him. How stupid of me. I completely underestimated his capacity for malice. A mind-boggling malice that threatens us even after he's died. That's the form his malice took. I'd forgotten all about it till now. Yeah, remember? He was here now, he'd probably be sneering at me. However, there's still one thing I don't understand. He said he would reveal the traitor, right? That's right, he did say he would reveal the traitor. Whatever become of that? He was probably planning to kill the traitor along with the rest of us. Soda, please, take your 1 IQ plays and leave the island. Leave the island, please. Why did he not just do that in the first place? The answer is he may not know the answer. He had no qualms with killing everyone. He didn't have to cause a bomb scare to reveal the traitor. Yeah, but he knew they weren't gonna kill everyone. He said so in his second video. But I bet the bomb scare was part of the strategy behind the trick. Good call for you, Hiko. The bomb scare was intentional, and it was knowingly fake. We had to split up and search for a bomb so none of us would ever have an alibi. Created a scenario where any of us could have killed him. He tried to make us doubt each other, tried to hide the truth behind his suicide. Did he cause a bomb scare for that reason alone? Fucking bastard to kill himself for his delusions of grandeur. It's not that unthinkable. Alright, I suppose. Alright, I suppose. It appears we've come to a conclusion. That bastard Nikito committed suicide, done by him, so we'd be executed. That should be okay, right? He did commit suicide, but the reasoning is wrong. Why? You're not satisfied yet? Why would you be unsatisfied? It's actually an okay choice. The line is wrong, but that part of the line's wrong. No, I agree Nikito killed himself. I feel like there's something that doesn't make sense. Probably just my imagination. I mean, I sort of understand what she's talking about, yeah. You're off on something. Why did he kill himself? I don't think it's a mistake to assume he committed suicide, but why do I feel uneasy about it? Is it because we don't know who the traitor is? No, it's not that. It's... So, what are you gonna do? Is it okay to proceed with voting time? Monokuma is asking because he's curious to see if they want to proceed and get to the vote, yeah? He knows they found the right answer, or at least that's the right answer based on the logic they've used so far, so they're probably not going to go anywhere unless they have an idea. Probably a good time to wrap it up if they don't want to end it. But he's also curious because there's like some things left uncovered that they haven't gotten right. Interesting. What do you think, Akane? Voting time? There's no doubt Akito's death was a suicide. My guts are wrong sometimes. Right, it's not as though we can draw another conclusion. Suicide is not in question. There's a different question here. It's okay to end it here, right? Once we're done with this last class trial, we can leave the island, right? It's okay to reach a happy ending, right? It's okay. It's okay to say you've decided on the killing? Understood, then it's voting time! Hold up. Hold up. Hold on, why? He committed suicide by himself? Doesn't make sense? What do you mean it doesn't make sense? How do you commit suicide without committing by yourself? Have you ever heard of assisted suicide, where someone helps you kill yourself because you're too incapable of killing yourself? I.e., you're paralyzed from the neck down. And you're like, well, my life sucks, I want to die. And then someone helps you kill yourself because, you know, you can't actually move any of your limbs. So you have no means by which to kill yourself other than, like, viciously biting into a pill bottle or something. Or, like, somehow using your teeth to drag yourself onto a roof or something. Or into a street, like... it works. You can specify a suicide that's not alone. You could also say, yeah, but it's called assisted suicide. And there is also, you could also commit suicide not alone. Like, you could have, like, a suicide pact with someone where you both kill yourselves. Right? Like, you could do something like that. That would be not entirely alone. That would not be by yourself. I mean, you would have killed yourself, but you wouldn't have technically been alone. Or say, Or say if you're let's get a more fantastic reason. You're sitting there, you're sitting there trying to arm a bomb. If you're trying to arm a bomb in the middle of an enemy base, if you're sitting there trying to arm or defend a bomb for 2 minutes inside of an enemy base, and you're not the person who armed the bomb, but you're protecting them with the intention of you both dying, is that suicide by yourself, or is it murder? You're both intending to detonate a bomb at your feet, and are going to die from it, and you're going to die from it. Okay, yeah, we can just move anything else. Just, you're both planning to do that. Is that suicide or murder? Probably murder. Probably murder. But you could also think of it as suicide, I think. If the intention is to perform an action to kill yourself, it's sort of suicide, right? And we would consider murdering someone. We would consider murdering someone, I think we would consider murdering someone via poison to be murder and not suicide. But if you knew it was poison and drank it anyway, if you knew it was poison a second before you drank it and drank it anyway, it might be, not entirely solo. And might be a suicide where, it counts as murder. Or a suicide where you didn't necessarily do it by yourself. Alright, why? Why are we stopping? Well, because our... Sorry, just a little more. I want you guys to wait just a little bit more. I can't help but feel like there's still something we overlooked. Yeah, the reason. Who the traitor is? The issue here is who killed Nagito, right? Even if we identify the traitor, the conclusion won't change. You're right, Fuyuhiko. But we have the time and we have the game mechanics available to us, and they're only available to us during trials, so we have to use this time now. That's true, but mystery isn't about who the traitor is. Mystery isn't about who the traitor is. What? No matter how you look at it, Nagito's death's a suicide, but... I'm a little worried, you know. I'm worried about starting the voting time. There's still a mystery. You're worried about that too? What do you mean by it's not obvious who the traitor is? What kind of mystery is left? There's one thing that doesn't make sense, and it relates to his death. Yeah, why now? It's something even Nagito couldn't influence. He couldn't even tamper with the evidence for it. Something related to his death he couldn't even mess with. Keep going. I thought we were finally finished. Oh no, we're not done yet. The trials are always long. Something related to his death, a piece of evidence he couldn't mess with. These? No, that's not it. Chiaki's worried about something else. Something related to his death, a piece of evidence he couldn't mess with. Related to his death, evidence even he couldn't touch. Monokuma file? Okay. It took me a minute. It took me a minute to get that. I was like, it's gotta be Monokuma related, right? Like, my first guess was the gas mask, but I realized he could actually alter the gas mask. He could have just thrown it in the lake or some shit, I don't know. He probably got, like, killed by Monomi for doing that, but, you know, he could have tried something to hide it better. Dispose of it somewhere discreetly where no one would notice it, like the beach house or something. What is interesting is the Monokuma file he can't touch, and Monokuma decides what's inside the file and what's not. That's right. So I guess Monokuma's account, because he can't actually alter what Monokuma sees effectively, because Monokuma more or less has omniscience. He's never been deceived so far, and I don't think Nagito would try to deceive him, at least in this way. So I think the Monokuma file is a good choice. Yeah, that works. That's it. Was something suspicious in the Monokuma file? Yes, there was. The victim is Nagito Komayata. The body was discovered in the warehouse near the plushie factory. The time of death is noon sharp. Not only is there a spear in his stomach, there are multiple stab wounds on each of his thighs. Furthermore, there's a laceration on his left arm and a knife impaled through his right hand. Suspicious part of the Monokuma file that Shiaki is worried about. What's hidden? It's the time, right? It's the timing. I want to say time of death. But that's wrong. It's got to be something else. Time is 4 letters. Do we have something with A and C? Cause of death. That's it. Cause of death. Oh, this is a tough one. Pause. Cause, F. Oh, that's it. That's wrong. Shit, I lost all my health. That was so many explosions. Holy crap. Wow, that was brutal. Okay, it's cause of death. We knew that. That was the hardest version of that game we've ever played. There were so many letters. I literally couldn't do anything. I was just like frozen. Trying to figure out how to pick one. Yeah, I'm getting executed. Yeah, I'll retry. That was pretty straightforward. We have a lot of health. We will never give up. Okay. Try it again. Cause of death. I can't believe how many Hangman, like, letters showed up with the Hangman Gambit, though. Holy shit. A. Oh my god, there's so many debt. Like, I need an A. I need an A somehow. need a T. I need a T. Oh, I need an H. Where's the H's? Where's the H's? Fuck. 90% of my health. Holy shit. That was crazy. That was crazy. Holy shit. This particular case of Monokuma file, there's no specific cause of death. Yes. Cause of death is missing. Not only is there a spear in his stomach, there are multiple stab wounds on each of his thighs. Cause of death is missing. He didn't die from the spear, he died from poison though, right? Furthermore, there's a laceration on his left arm and a knife impaled through his right hand. No cause of death. Isn't that weird? Until now, the files always specified a cause of death. Cause of death is obvious, isn't it? Spear? You made the assumption the spear is lethal. Spear in Nikito's stomach. It's obvious by looking at it, this was the cause of death. Was it? It's not included if it's not important enough to write about. You're a dumbass, Soda. Please stop. Well, Monokuma? I plead the fifth. Here he goes again. I'm so appalled I have nothing to say. Even before, during Gun's case or during the Khan's case. I think he purposely omitted from the Monokuma file was always the most important mystery in those cases. Are you saying it applies this time too? Yes, it does. Oh, hold on a second. Are you saying there's more to Nikito's death? Yes. Are you suggesting again his death wasn't a suicide? You guys are the ones who said it was a suicide in the first place. No, I don't think it's a mistake to call it a suicide, but it's not just a suicide. Come to think of it. Yeah, why would you think he'd kill himself to get everyone killed? Did Nikito really commit suicide to get us all killed? No way. Are you sticking up for him? No, you guys are stupid if you're making that assumption. That's not what I meant. I meant it in a bad sense. Bad sense? I remembered his malice always defied our expectations, and that concerned me. For example, would that malice just end here? Did Nikito's malice drive him to risk his life for a truth we'd reach this easily? Of course not. I mean, this is Nikito we're talking about, you know? The guy who's like, I'm willing to do anything? How interesting. You sure believe in Nikito, huh? Because you believe in his malice, you continue to suspect his malice. Very interesting. I see, that's what passes for friendship these days. Faith in the malice of another. What friendship? Oh, we have a friendship for him. What should we do, guys? Should we proceed with the vote? I think we should keep going until everyone's satisfied. Just to be safe. Fair enough, fair enough. You're right, we only get one chance to vote after all. Just to be safe, huh? Guess I have no choice. If that's the case, I'll have to do my best to go along with it. Alright. This is friggin' annoying. You guys already say you're doing it, there's no way I'm gonna back in. You guys say you're gonna do this, no way I'm gonna back in. Monokuma, you heard us, right? Voting's gonna have to wait. Monokuma being very generous rather than forcing a vote now. We've come this far, let's work until the very end. If we work together, everything should be alright. That's what I believe. Alright, Chiaki, I have faith. Oh, it's splendid. You guys are so splendid right now. That's right. If all your hopes are united, no despair can shake you. If all your hopes are united, no despair can shake you, huh? Now that I think of it, Nagito said the same thing. The absolute hope that can overcome any despair. He said he was yearning for that. then this situation we're in might be the thing Nagito wanted all along. No. It's probably overthinking. Nagito's causing you second thoughts because he's so crazy. Pushing for such a mad thing. Class suspended. It looks like we're almost done then. That's usually the halfway mark, or at least a bit further than that. My heart was racing like crazy when I thought the voting was gonna start, but, well, if you think about it rationally, there's no way it was gonna happen. We haven't done this bit yet. Most of the players of this game probably figured that out too. You're the only one who didn't know. Isn't that right, Monami? We always have these, by the way, every single trial. They're down at around half to 2/3 of the way through. How much longer are you playing this song? Let's get along. We always do. Alright, you passed. Friendship is measured by how long you can stand the silence when you're all alone with someone else. So, Monami and I are the best of the best friends. Don't say such stupid things. I hate you so much right now. Enough. Why do I have to be hated that much? Besides, the fact that you snap at me like that, I don't trust you at all. Not one teensy tiny 1 milliliter bit. How sad. Distrusting your friend is much more shameful than being betrayed by that friend, you know? We aren't even friends in the first place. Then it's your older brother, let me say this. You're not even my brother. It's sad to live a life without friendship. That's even sadder than watching a high school rom-com full of guys. There may be some demands for that. I fell for it. I totally took the man bait. Man bait. A keyword. Oh, well, welcome back to our trial. I'm Monami. By now there's nothing more for me to say. My chest is full of pride right now. Everyone's united against despair. They're totally awesome. That's why I'm gonna fight too. I'll fight the only way I can. I'm gonna show that guy my fearsome retaliation. Basically it. Bye. So, if we're working together, what do we start with? The cause of death, missing from the Monokuma file? Yeah. Why don't we try removing all our preconceived notions before we discuss this? In the beginning, our discussion was advanced by assuming Nikito's death was caused by the spear. It's better to confirm if there are any other possibilities, that's what I think. Other possibilities, huh? If something other than the spear killed Nagito, all I can think of is the knife stabbed in his hand, but... That was certainly a gruesome wound, but it wouldn't be fatal, don't you think? Yeah, it's a knife in his hand. It's probably super painful, though. Think about the cuts on his legs and left arm, not the fatal wounds either. Are we finished already? I feel it's possible we overlooked something. I do too. The bottles. Why didn't the bottles extinguish the fire? Overlooked, huh? Let's figure whatever they went up there. That might clear up something. Okay, this is gonna be a bullet time, right? Exactly. We should cooperate at a time like this. A fatal wound that wasn't the spear. We don't know if it actually exists, but if it does, we need to find out what it is no matter what. Monokuma's special poison is my prediction. Oh, there's actually 7 bullets. Yeah. It's not the knife in the right hand, right? No. It's not the other wounds, right? No, it's not. Not the other wounds, right? It's all those wounds. Simply bled to death? No, that's not the case. His body would have been... There's no way he was burned to death. No. Something that cannot be seen. That's a good one. Something that can't be seen. It's something that can be seen. Choked himself? Maybe he choked himself? No. Liquefied his guts with a body blow? That's already a horrible death. No. Something that can't be seen is the answer. Consider a different fatal. It's not the knife in the right hand, right? It's not the other ones, right? No. There we go, got it. Poof! I can sense something cannot be seen. The poison is possible. He has a half bottle of poison. I totally forgot that possibility. Well, I think we remember that. Would you let her liquefy your organs by punching you? If the cause of death was something we can't see, then we have to consider poison as a possible method. Poison? It's true, poison is not something we can see, but why did you bring that up all of a sudden? I remember, I went to investigate Nagito's cottage, and I discovered something really strange. Inside the refrigerator, I found a bottle of Monokuma's special poison. And remember, we commented, why was he carrying super lethal poison and a bomb in the previous trial? That's insane. Poison? Additionally, it's a poison made specifically for killing. Yeah, it was half empty, man. It was a half empty bottle. See, now that you mention it, there's no way a toxin like that doesn't relate to the case at all. If poison was the cause of death, it wouldn't leave an obvious wound on Nagito's body. However, it's common for blood blotches to appear on a body that's been poisoned. I see, you seem to know a lot about medicine. What does that mean? If blood blotches were... Even if blood blotches appear, if the body was already covered in blood, there's no way we'd notice them easily, right? Did he wound his body to camouflage them? Also a possibility. Still, both of Nagito's hands were full. How did he drink the poison? Oh, they're in the bottles we threw. His left hand was tied up and gripping the spear. His right hand had a knife stuck in it. It was a slow-acting poison. It's possible he consumed it in advance. No, the warning label explicitly states it's instant. It's impossible then. Both his hands were full before he died. No, we're not there yet. This is when the hard tail appears. You're totally overvaluing that tail. His mouth was covered with duct tape, you know. If he wanted to drink poison, how did he get it past his lips? Oh, you just noticed. Yes, Teruteru's is a knife and fork. In fact, everyone has a slightly different cross over their face. There's no way he could have drank poison. It might be impossible. Just kidding. It's not like we're doctors yet. Getting trolled by Chiaki feels good, man. Are there any left? Hell no. No matter how you slice it, he was totally killed by that spear. Oh wait, that was wrong voice. Whoops. We've already looked at many possibilities. It might be easier to think about what really killed him. What really killed him? Operation Elimination Method. The hint should be written on the poison's warning label. Maybe. The way the poison entered Nagito's body, the answer was written on the warning label. It was aerosolized or vaporized, sorry. Let's have a look. What if for everyone also canon? Wait, oh, if you hit the walls sideways, you still get knocked back. That's unfortunate. Alright, can't over-aggressively turn into the wall and just be slowed down a teeny tiny bit. Okay. Okay, going forward. Forward. Man, after all the... There was like one difficult... Okay, what state was the poison in when it affected Nagito? Gas. It was heavier than air. We know this. Aerosolized. Paper. Okay, we've seen this pattern. Where is, like, all the crazy difficult jumping parts? Remember when there were crazy hard jumps we had to make? Or, like, not crazy hard, but, like, jumps we could easily screw up? Or even screw up at all? There haven't been any jumps in the last, like, 3 attempts. There was a jump. I spoke too soon. I was like, where's the difficulty? And then suddenly... Okay. These are, difficult turns. You have to slow down for these. You can't go full speed, I don't think. Yeah, maybe you can. You have to, like... But, yeah, that's a little bit hard to do. Okay. We'll just slow down for these. Instead of... Alright. You have to slow down for these. A little bit. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna die to slowing down a lot. Wow, I keep thinking I'm like far enough over. Yeah, you can't jump that straight. That's annoying. Alright. Be a lot of movement. Oh wow, I almost killed myself by moving over. By stopping moving. Alright. Being too eager, getting me killed. Alright. Should be through that. I deserve all of those deaths. How did the poison enter his body? His nose? I mean, I was asking for this to be slightly harder, so I can't really complain, right? Like, wow, you're dying a bunch now, just when you complained that it was too damn easy. Alright. Oh, it's only 2 questions. Damn. Okay. Alright, we've had our brain blast. What if instead of drinking the poison, we assume he inhaled it? Inhale? Inhale? It's written on the poison's warning label. This enchanted liquid is highly potent and takes effect immediately. Please handle with care. Though its volatility is low, the liquid is very dangerous when vaporized. Dangerous when vaporized. In other words, breathing the gas is fatal. Poison gas. All you do is breathe it in through his nose. Yep, that works. Breathe in poison gas inside the warehouse? But if poison gas spread through the warehouse, why didn't it kill us? It's heavier than air. The reason we didn't breathe in the poison gas? I might get this wrong. I'm gonna die here. Oops. Which one was it? The smoke then? I guess it was the smoke. Anyway, it's not a big deal. That one was kind of a weird choice. Would you like to retry? Yeah, we're retrying. That one was pretty straight. Like, the answer to the question. I would not have answered the question the way they're giving me as 4 options. Yeah, he inhaled it. Written on the poison's warning label. We know this. Dangerous when vaporized, yep. You think the sprinklers and not the smoke? Alright, we'll do sprinklers. Okay. Oh, I would have said smoke next. Alright. Sprinklers in the warehouse. Thanks to those, we didn't inhale the poison gas. Poison gas disappeared to the sprinklers? It wasn't the fire? No, the fire started the gas. I was thinking that the smoke was a better choice. Because what I would have said was the poison gas, we didn't inhale it because it's heavier than air. And that's what I would have gone with. It's heavier than air, so it's both at our feet. And we were unwilling to go into the room until it dispersed. And then the sprinklers came in and cleaned it up. But I guess you could use sprinklers first. That's fine. I would also have said the smoke is, smoke goes up and pushes air down. That was also written on the poison. This was also written on the poisoning warning label. In a gaseous state, it's heavier than air and it breaks down in minutes. It's susceptible to hydrolysis. See? Heavier than air. That's what I would have I would have leaned on the heavier than air clause instead. And that it breaks down in minutes. So, you don't necessarily need the water. You just need to keep people away from the location. And in an area with lots of air that they can breathe, and then you'd be fine. Possible for you to poison someone to death without any complications, yeah. Of course, hydrolysis. Okay, they want to go with hydrolysis. The poison, chemical bonds that formed the poison were broken down by water from the sprinklers. Yes, that works. Also, the poison apparently is denser than air, so it wouldn't affect us because we were standing. That is exactly what I would go for. Denser than air, it won't affect us while we're standing. We probably aren't going to be on the ground for a bit, so it will disperse in a few minutes. And the sprinklers and the fire just buy us all the time we need. You're back, which is cool. But Agito was laying down, so he must have breathed in a whole bunch of it, huh? Yeah, exactly. It meets the requirements as well. Maybe it's not just a possibility anymore. And the true cause of Nagito's death was poison. Now they want to talk about delivery method, right? The wounds on his body, the spear in his stomach, all to keep us from learning the truth. So what? Figured out Nagito died from poison, but so what? It's a good point. Why? Does that matter? In the end, it doesn't matter the fact that he committed suicide, right? That's enough already. Alright. Nagito inhaled the poison he prepared and died. Yeah, it's still a suicide. Did he prepare the poison? With this, we have a clear picture. We've also determined the true cause of death. Alright, all the mysteries should be solved now. We should get on with the voting time, right? Yeah, but... What? Is there still more? Delivery method. I mean, not all mysteries have been solved yet. In the end, Nagito's motive is unclear. Did he commit suicide so we'd kill every last one of us? Was that really his motive? Not really? Okay. Hey, what happened? There's no reason to wonder about that stuff anymore, you know? Nagito's motive, his malice. Is this really okay? Can we finish this here? This can't be. Might have been an accomplice. What? Chiaki, what did you say? If Nagito committed suicide by inhaling the poison he bought, was there anything that looked like poison at the crime scene? There was. Anything that looked like poison? Nagito brought poison to the warehouse. It's strange we couldn't find it there. We did. We brought it to the warehouse. Nagito brought poison to the warehouse. The thing that would have been left behind is the container. But you know we did find containers of? Are you talking about the container the poison was kept in? Yes, we are. Yes, Nagito brought it. Strange we couldn't find the container anywhere, could we? It's because it's in those bottles of water we thought we had. Or anti-fire fluid. We can't carry poison without putting it in a container? Yeah, obviously. It was written on the warning label. Keep this liquid secure by storing it in a cool place in a glass or plastic container away from sunlight. The container probably melted in the fire. No. It's probably plastic or glass, right? There's no way it completely incinerates. Yeah. Good call, Chiaki. What about these? There's purple goo in them. They weren't very effective at taking out the fire. Yeah, he probably filled the fire bombs with it. Even the plastic fragments of the fire grenades were used to put out the fire didn't completely burn up, you know? And does that mean someone got rid of the container? No. That's why you mentioned an accomplice. That's impossible. An accomplice is just too... Doesn't really matter all that much. It might. I mean, even if he had an accomplice, it doesn't change the fact that Nagito still committed suicide. You're right, someone might have accidentally taken it away from the crime scene. That seems like a bad assumption. You're right, it's totally right. It's totally it. You're right, isn't it okay to close this case yet? I'm not in the mood for unexpected twists. Wait, you're not in the mood for unexpected twists? Fuck you, buddy. I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to get hurt anymore by hurting someone else. Everyone's tired of doubting everyone. I also feel that way, but... So I just want to realize this Nagito's suicide. If I do that, no one else has to get hurt. But... That's no good. Huh? Huh? I feel like Nagito's seeing through us. Calling this Nagito's suicide, we're trying to take the easy way out that doesn't hurt anyone else. If Nagito was here, he'd probably be sneering at us. He probably would be, let's be honest. Probably say like, so that's the extent of your hopes? Oh, so Nagito's ghost whispering to you, huh? The power of friendship, burst beyond death, a fiery outcome like this is just right out of a teen manga. Still, that's pretty messed up. Shut up, just be quiet. I get what you're saying, but in the end, the reason he died is the same as before, right? Even if we solve the mystery, the conclusion won't change at all. I mean, it'd still be a suicide regardless, right? If there was an accomplice, is there any reason we take the time to figure out who it is? No, nobody removed the poison. You're not thinking right. You're not thinking of the obvious. Like Fuyuhiko said earlier, it's possible someone accidentally removed the poison from the crime scene. I can't imagine this ending by turning our backs on the truth. It's fine, alright? As long as there's something better off knowing. Why is everyone suddenly no longer interested in finding out who the killer is? They probably just didn't notice it. Like, maybe the container was hiding with the fire grenade fragments. The grenadier was the fire grenades. What is this feeling right now? Even though it's brief, like a strong flash of light running through the back of my head. Maybe what Akane said might be a new clue. From there, I might be able to reach the answer. The way Nagito brought the poison, which means the thing he used as a container was... Oh, we're doing one here. Hangman. Oh boy, this is gonna be tough. The last one was brutal. Oh no. Fire grenade. Fire grenade. Is there an eye coming on screen? No. Really? One exploded already? When did that have time to do anything? R E Why is this one suddenly so easy? G. I need an R. E. N. A. D. Where's my E? Where's my E? There we go. Can't believe we take damage. Like, they literally spawn on top of each other. That's really hard to deal with. Damn. Alright. But still, there was way less spawns that time. Was that right? Like, was there not way less spawns that time than the previous time? The previous time, it looked like there were a million friggin' items. And that time it was like, tick, click, you're ahead of the clock. Click, click, you're ahead of the clock. Click, click, you're ahead. And then suddenly we'd like randomly get an explosion when they'd spawn on top of each other for some reason. See, I got it. Huh? Like, they actually seemed like they were spawning. They're like, I didn't even like, I barely saw them and they were already exploded. Like, they weren't like flying into each other, right? From like odd angles. Huh? The fire grenades. Nagito put poison inside one of the fire canisters and transported it to the warehouse. Use one of the fire grenade hit. Yeah, previous time was like Jack's hit counts under Q, like 5 at once, and that was like 2 at once. Consistently, pretty consistently 2 actually. The container with the poison in it wasn't secretly taken away by someone. Instead, it was in a container that didn't need to be taken away in the first place. As long as he put the poison in the same container he brought to the warehouse. To be hidden with the other fire grenades he used, there's no reason to dispose of the container later. Bastard, he totally knew we were going to throw the fire grenades. Which means, did Nagito exchange the contents of a fire grenade? I would say so. It has to be it. When I first discovered those fire grenades, I tried to study them a bit, but... The container is completely sealed shut by a layer of aluminum under the lid. Just have to peel that seal and swap the insides, right? That's true, but there was no sign he was even at the break room. Oh, wrong voice. There was no sign he was at the break room. Hold on, did you say aluminum? We did find the aluminum. We did find the aluminum. Hajime, could it be? There's no mistake. Nagito definitely swapped the contents of one of the fire grenades. That's impossible. Miss Sonia just said so right now. You are... Please stop. Sonia's words are proof that the poison was swapped with the contents of a fire grenade. Exactly, Chucky. Sonia's words contain a clue. The contents of the grenade were swapped with the poison. Aluminum? Where's the aluminum thing? Piece of blue paper. Here we go. Take a look. We found this under Nagito's bed when we were investigating his cottage. Just a piece of trash. No, it's not just a piece of trash. It's an aluminum lid to one of the fire grenades. They're like sealed like any other container. Seal I saw in that fire grenade mesh. It's the same aluminum. Yep. Aluminum foil seal. Found the aluminum seal under Nagito's bed. Yep. They're small. Not the only thing we found in Nagito's room. We also found a gas mask and gloves under the bed too. Did he use those when he put the poison inside the fire grenade? It's a dangerous poison. After all, he took extreme caution when swapping them. Good plan. So what's the issue? Nagito put the poison in the grenade canister, brought it with him, breathed it in, and died, right? In the end, he's still fucking committing suicide. Enough already! You're right. The canister wasn't thrown away, it just means there wasn't an accomplice after all. See, I told you, the conclusion is still the same. Nagito committed suicide, end of story. I don't think that's how it works, though. He's still the architect. They've done this before, where they're like, if 2 people are involved in a murder, who's the guilty party? And he's like, the one who architects it. It doesn't matter who pulls the trigger. If you're the one who makes the plan and prompts them to do the killing, they get axed. Or at least it was in the first game, right? It was made very clear that if 2 people team up, only the mastermind of the plan gets killed. If the architect's dead, no, the accomplice dies too. Yes, the architect is dead. It doesn't matter. The architect's the one who's the blackened. There's only ever one blackened. So like, if 3 people team up, yes, screw the rules. You have to spare, maybe. But the point is, if Monokuma's rules are that there's only ever one blackened, right? And that dead people can be the blackened. Because if you recall, in the first game, Sakura actually committed suicide. Multiple people thought they killed her, but the blackened was Sakura because she killed herself. Intentionally. Yeah, the accomplice gets executed if you fail to guess it right. But there wasn't an accomplice. I know there wasn't an accomplice. That was just my misunderstanding. You're right. In actuality, the truth is even more horrifying. One of us threw the grenade that killed him. What are you planning to say now? What the hell? You want to still keep going? Not there's no denying Nikita's death is a suicide. We're probably all getting frustrated. It's not! Chiaki. I'm sorry, I just realized it. Realized what? We don't need to use the grenade canister to store the poison. So when was it deployed to the warehouse? When did he breathe in the poison? Yeah, an accomplice is dumb. It's generally only used if you're exploring the rules and, like, kind of just watching someone kill themselves. Because ideally you just give them away in the end. Basically, it's like a free kill if you're the person who thinks that if you kill everyone else you win. When I thought along those lines, that's when I realized it. The horrifying truth? The truth is, one of you killed him. It probably happened at the same time. Then we threw the fire grenades. The moment the fire grenades were brought, and the moment Nagito breathed in the poison were the same? Could the moment be when we all threw the grenades? That's right, one of us is the killer. Or one of us killed him. But we're not the blackened. Are you saying it was when we threw the fire grenades? I think so. We all threw the grenades to put out the fire in the warehouse. The poison was deployed. It was converted poison gas that killed Nagito. Yep. If that's true, then the person who brought the poison and spread it was one of us. Who said they knew that there were Who said they knew there were fire grenades? Was it Sonia? What the heck? One of us threw the poison grenade that killed Nagito? Yep. Hold on a sec, then Nagito was... He didn't kill himself. The heck? You said yourself Nagito committed suicide! Who killed Nagito? I mean, who's the actual killer, right? You know? Who prepared the poison grenade that killed Nagito? The person who prepared the poison grenade. It's Nagito, right? I'm just making sure they're not gonna give us a twist. It's Nagito, obviously. We discussed this a few minutes ago. And who set the warehouse fire that caused one of us to throw the poison grenade? We did. The person who set the warehouse fire was Nagito. It was Nagito. That was also Nagito. How many times are you gonna ask the same damn question? No, she might have a point. Next question will be honest. Considering all the facts till now. Why did Nagito set the warehouse on fire? Reason Nagito set the warehouse on fire. Make someone throw the poison. That was straightforward. Don't tell me he... That's right. He set the warehouse on fire to make someone throw the poison. Yeah, he set the warehouse on fire just so we'd have to throw the poison. Fire water? Yep. He set the fire just so we put it... Hi. That was a trap. A trap? Preparing the poison. Finding a reason for us to throw the poison. It was all set up by Nagito. Oh. It's all a trap to make one of us throw the poison grenade. Seriously, I'm asking you who threw it. Oh no, the person who threw it probably didn't know either. Probably. Could it be that was Nikita's trap? This wasn't an intentional murder, this was a murder Nagito forced someone to do. For that reason. He put the fire grenade that he filled with poison with the other grenades. Setting up a murder nobody can solve. That was Nagito's true goal. Ooh. The hell? Nagito didn't commit murder. Instead, he manipulated someone else into killing him. Into killing him? Do that. He set a trap to force someone to kill him. Poison grenade and the fire were trapped. That's why the curtain was the fire's origin point. Because if we could see that this... Yeah, obviously it's... I mean, obviously it's the poison grenade. If we could see the blade hadn't fallen, then no one would, do that, right? All the fire grenades we threw at the curtain shattered if they fell to the floor. That's that. Nagito, who was laying face up on the floor, was able to breathe to get the poison. Yep. Yep. And that? Spear falls. Oh, hold on. If that's true, you can't say the poison was caused death. Might be the poison's fully let go of Spirit. The actual cause of death could be either one. The poison's instantaneous. The poison caused him to let go of the spear, so it's probably what killed him. He was obviously holding on through some pain. That's right. Nagito's killer's the one who made him breathe the poison. Wait, really? Okay. Are you fucking serious? Unless someone else replaced the poison, that doesn't make a lot of sense. What's this trap all? Even the wounds all over his body. It was all the mess of the evidence for what happened. His true goal was creating a murder nobody can solve. We want to prove to us there's mysteries that can't be solved with educated guesses. He probably expected his fake suicide to be found out. After all, a mystery that can be solved is destined to be solved in the end. However, he also prepared a mystery that couldn't be solved. As you solve mysteries and bolster your hope, a huge mystery comes along and slaps you in your faces. For those of you who believe there are no unsolved mysteries, that's when you finally taste despair, meaning he used all the prior trial verdicts to prepare this trick. Not all mysteries can be solved. What a devious trick he played on you, as expected of Nagita. That's totally messed up. It's so fucked up. It's my fault. I told you all about the fire grenades. It said it was Sonia who told us about the grenades. I'm so sorry. Please vote me as the killer. Please vote me as the killer. That's not the fucking issue. That's not the fucking issue. It's not my Sonia's fault. It's all Nikito's doing. What should we do? How do we figure out who the killer is? It's impossible. Impossible. Nikito wanted to create a situation where we couldn't make a decision. That's why we're at an impasse. Hold up. I'm looking at the rules. Bots prohibited. Blah blah blah. Lead teacher cannot interfere with students. Let's see. Class trial. Participation is mandatory. If they're exposed, they'll be executed. If they're not exposed, blah blah. As a reward, the black angels are commonly left to the island. Body discovery announcement rule. Destroying property is wrong. You're free to investigate. Blackened may kill 2 people. Oh, okay. It doesn't actually say that one. It doesn't actually have the rule that there's only one blackened. Curious. Alright. Nikito wanted to create a scenario we couldn't make a decision. That's why we're in the past. However, Monokuma doesn't know who the killer is. That's right, there's no way he'd be able to figure out with just surveillance cameras. Monokuma doesn't know the trial doesn't count, right? You know, I don't actually need stuff like cheap-ass surveillance cameras or whatever. I know perfectly well what's happening on this island at all times. I know you used the bathroom 3 times yesterday, Sonia. And one of those seemed to take a while. Hey, stop. I'll never become queen. How can you? I'm so jealous of you. How can you have such an awful power? So, of course this trial still counts. Do your very best to guess who the killer is. Yes, he says. How the hell are we supposed to do that? He's giving up. He's giving up all we can do. No, it's too early to give up. But we got more. We got more to go. Is there any way to figure out who the killer is? Even though it's just a hunch, it's possible. It's probably... It's one way, I think. Really? Really? What are you thinking, Chiaki? Is it alright if we look at Nikita's crime one more time from the beginning? I want to make sure my hunch is correct. Okay, let's review it, Chiaki. Hajime, please. Alright. That's right, it doesn't mean the trial's over yet. Even though I don't know who killed Nagito, it should be clear what kind of trap he set. I have to do it. Even if it leads to despair. I got it. Let's do this. Let's do this. Closing argument. Here we go. Finish the thought. Stock 1. What was inside Nagito's refrigerator? Not the one we care about. Right before switching the poison. Remove the lid. What's placed inside the break room? Lots of fire grenades, I think. What's beyond the Monokuma panel? Ooh, I don't know. His whole body wasn't tied up. We don't care about that. How did he support the spear? No. In order to hurt himself. You to prop the knife with something. The reason we went to the warehouse was... No. Inside thrown fire grenade was... What made the spear fall? He let go of the cord. Good night, Jacob. Monokuma special poison. Alright, let's have a look. Sprinklers activate. We don't need that. Let's go back to the beginning. Inside Nagito's fridge. Poison. What's beyond the Monokuma file? Ooh, I don't know about that one. His whole body wasn't tied up. In order to hurt himself, Nagito propped the knife with something. The reason went in the warehouse. In order to hurt himself, he put duct tape over his mouth? That makes sense. Okay. Be extra careful when performing switcheroos. Let's see what we got. That one's not there. I'll grab the spear with my left hand. What's beyond the Monokuma panel? No, that's not right. His whole body wasn't tied up. That one's pretty straightforward. Nagito's video message is the reason we went there. Okay, next stock. Oh, there's more. Okay. Gas mask equipped. Is there anything further past this? Our earliest one is what's behind the Monokuma panel. Let's see. The whole body wasn't tied up. This one probably. Note that the rope is on his hand in this one. You can see it right here, so I knew it was that one. Alright, put the oil lighter there. Beyond the Monokuma file. Oh, or Monokuma panel. That's that one. Okay, last stock. The plushie is ready. That's going to be one of them. The plushie. Let's see. Inside the thrown fire grenade, the poison from the shattered grenade. There we go. Should be pretty straightforward. So, Act 1. The person who actually arranged the incident was the victim, Nagito Komayata. He kept a specific item inside his cottage that he needed for his plan. Monokuma's special poison he brought with him from the Octagon. I like the way they do their paneling. Using the gloves and mask that he got from the military base. Nagito swapped the contents of a fire grenade he took from the plushie factory break room with that poison. Yep. When he did that, a specific item was left as evidence, the blue aluminum seal on the grenade. Guess he should have put it in the garbage. With that, Nagito finished making the poison fire grenade and took it with him to the factory. He put it back with the rest of the grenades in the break room. Yep. Next morning, Nagito appeared before us and declared he hit a bomb somewhere. When we were looking for the bomb, that's when Nagito headed over to the goods warehouse. In order to set up a fire, he arranged the Monokuma panels in a line going from the door, the curtain, and placed the oil lighter in front of it. From there, he set his insane plan in motion. First, he hung the spear he took from Nezumi Castle from the ceiling girder by its cord. Then, he tied his arms and legs at the base of the warehouse with rope. However, he burnt off the rope on his right arm beforehand. In doing so, he made sure only his right hand was free, while his remaining arms and legs were tied up. Nagito Kamehara is insane. As he gripped the tip of the rope hanging over the ceiling girder with his left hand, he laid down face up, just beneath the dangling spear. But this was just the beginning of Nagito's plans. Then he did something no one could have predicted. Yeah, absolute madman. First, he covers his mouth with duct tape to make sure he can't scream. He stabs himself with a knife multiple times in his arm and both of his thighs. Finally. He propped the knife on the plushie and slammed his right hand onto the blade. He didn't just want us to think he was tied up, he also wanted us to think he'd been tortured. Through all of this, Nagito never let go of the spear. His plan still wasn't over. In fact, it was just beginning. Meanwhile, we finally arrived at the plushie factory and found Nagito's message. After seeing his message, we instantly made our way to the warehouse. But that was part of Nagito's plan. We opened the door of the warehouse, which inadvertently started the Monokuma panel domino effect. The panels fell one after another until they reached the lighter, tipped it over, and ignited the curtain. Shocked by the sudden fire, we rushed to the factory's break room to obtain some fire extinguishing grenades. We then aimed for the fire's origin point, which was the curtain, and unloaded the entire supply. It never occurred to us one of the grenades was the poison grenade that Nagito prepared. The poison sank to the floor, instantly vaporizing due to the intense heat and spread everywhere. Poison gas quickly drifted to the curtain at the back of the warehouse where Nagito was. Monokuma's poison has a unique quality in that it becomes heavier than air when vaporized. The poison gas completely surrounded the area where Nagito lay face up on the floor. There, Nagito inhaled the poison, and if it didn't instantly kill him, he certainly lost consciousness. And that caused him to let go of the rope in his left hand, and the falling spear plunged into his stomach. This is all the information related to Nagito's plan. His true intention was to set up one of us as the killer. At this time, we still don't know who the killer is because the killer wasn't aware they killed someone. Try as we might, we can't reach the truth, and that was Nagito's trap. In conclusion, the fact we can't determine the killer's identity this should be the truth behind Nagito's trap. How about that, Chiaki? Will that help you figure out who the killer is? Chiaki? As I thought, it's impossible, isn't it? Vote for Nagito as the architect. Come on. Are you seriously saying we just have to vote for someone? Hajime said, it's probably true. That's part of the reason why I thought it was a little strange. Did Nikito really not care who the killer was? Said this to us earlier. It's gonna be fine. I'm pretty sure everything will work out in the end. After all, there's no way hope can lose. Absolute hope can break through any despair. Can never lose in a place like this. Not only that, I believe in you. I believe the time we spent together. The feeling of belief is the heart of his attack. Heart of his trick. He believed we'd notice the fire grenades. He believed we'd try to extinguish the flames. Yep. Note that Mikan's symbol looks vaguely like the cross. The red cross, yeah. Blocky. It's perfectly blocky. It had a slight angle, but it would be red if they... Because, remember, pink in this game is blood. And the blood is still red, it's just censored to pink, so... That's actually a red cross, yeah? I believe he fell into his trap. By believing in us, Nikito was able to put this life-threatening plan into effect. He also said ultimate hope can overcome this despair. What do you mean, believe? What's wrong with that? Just one thing, remember? Something Nikito believed in from the bottom of his heart. We have to vote for Nikito, right? I want you to try to remember what that is. What Nikito believed in. His talent, despair, the surveillance cameras. His talent, probably. He didn't believe in the other things. He still believed in his talent as the ultimate lucky student. I feel the time here. I believe in you guys. More than I believe in my ultimate luck. So it's definitely going to be alright. I guess the last thing he could believe in was his own talent. Yeah, and? It's not so strange, really. Most of us here have been relying on the same thing. Most of us. But in this case, it seemed pretty remarkable, wasn't it? Almost like he had blind faith in it. You're right, the same thing happened to me when he cleared the final dead room at the funhouse. Wasn't life-threatening at all. It was just a little escape game that ended with some Russian roulette. Russian roulette? Game where you throw one bullet and a gun, spin the cylinder, and point toward you and pull the trigger. You really did it? Oh, that's how you're supposed to play it. It would have been fine if I used one bullet. I guess just as Monomi said. I misunderstood and thought I had to take one bullet out of the cylinder, so that's how I did it. A 1 in 6 chance surviving? Because he's got balls. I'm still alive after all. The only good thing about me is how lucky I am. He did the same thing when the first killing happened at the old building near the hotel. He depended on his luck and was able to get cleaning duty just as he wanted. That's right, I trusted my luck. I trusted I'd be picked for cleaning duty. You relied on your luck. It's not just luck. My true talent is trash, but I'm still the ultimate lucky student, you know? I'm left with the red mark. For someone called the ultimate lucky student, you don't seem very lucky right now. At the time, Hajime said I wasn't lucky, but it's actually the opposite. I was lucky, that's why I got picked for cleaning duty just like I wanted. But his luck doesn't have anything to do with the case this time, right? Just a thought, it's strange it doesn't connect to anything. Huh? Factor his belief in us, but for some reason he didn't factor his own luck in. There's no way. I think this is Nikito we're talking about. What did he do? You know, he wasn't just after anybody. He probably had a target he was aiming for all along, a person, to set up as the killer. Oh shit, a target who? Target's true identity, even Nikito didn't know it. That's why he relied on being the ultimate lucky student, and incorporated that luck into his plan. What? No, he's not. He's trying to expose the killer via suicide. I understand that, but I don't know who it is. I still don't know who it is. As long as he had this luck, he believed the target would pick up the fire grenade. He left his plan to luck. He risked his life for that. He risked his life just so his ultimate luck could decide this. No way. Are they actually going to convict the guy who threw the grenade? Who's the target Nikita was after? I didn't even ask. I already knew who the answer is. The traitor. I said the traitor. Nikita was after the traitor, huh? Yeah. He relied on his luck to weed out the traitor? That's insane. Nikita didn't know who the traitor was until his very end. All we could do was rely on his own luck. You gotta be kidding me. And what he said in his video message. So, oh my god. How does... I still don't know who the killer is. I don't know who the traitor is, though. You won't work with any student him. If you want to disarm that ball, you have to use the traitor student him. To be honest, I found out who the traitor was after secretly monitoring everyone's activity. I think he was bluffing here, but I was a little annoyed they never came forward. He was just bluffing? Probably true. But by that point, his plan should have already been in motion. And it's just as Nikito said at the beginning. Its purpose was to weed out the traitor. If we just believed in what Nikito said, we would have reached the answer much quicker. The reason this took so damn long was really because we didn't believe him. But if we just wanted to weed out the traitor, you didn't have to go this far and make that person the killer. We're all in a huge bind to that. Really wants to beat the traitor. Yeah, but how? By finding out who the traitor is, our hopes will shine even brighter by overcoming the despair. Who? Who? That's something you'd say. Monomi, it looks like you got something you want to say, but you better keep your mouth shut. That's my argument. Nikito's plan was to make the traitor kill him. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna believe? He relied on his luck for a target, but he didn't know who he was aiming for? It sounds way too unbelievable to have actually happened, but the only thing we can do is believe. If we don't, we'd be relying on luck when we cast our votes. But even if we do believe, what should we do? I mean, if we don't know who the target is, there's no way we can even vote. You're right. It's hard to think of a traitor would reveal himself now. If by chance the traitor revealed himself during the bomb scare, what would have happened? Would it have stopped Nikito from being so reckless? But they couldn't help it. Even if they wanted to reveal themselves, they couldn't do it. They weren't created to do that. Chiaki? Alright. Interesting. What's wrong, Chiaki? Get a hold of yourself! I want you guys to guess. You want us to guess? I want you to guess. What does that mean? Who do you think it is? Hajime? Who do you think the Future Foundation sent to every group is the creator? Oh. What? Who? Traitors not allowed to think that they're different from anyone else. Why? The traitor can only interact with everyone as traitor. Nature of their existence can only exist as a traitor. Seriously? Why? Why? Who do you think is the traitor? Hajime, please. Okay. Who do we pick? Chiaki, right? Like, the game wants us to pick Chiaki. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing too. I'm like, it's like nobody. Okay, let's look. Definitely not, definitely not. She's literally just spouting all this traitor stuff and practically begging you to kill her. Sony has not said jack shit. He's sweating. Like, it's Chiaki, right? She said way too much about the traitor, and she also came forward to swipe her card at literally the last second before anyone decided something, and she didn't try. Nobody's brought it up in the discussion, right? Like, he said the bomb's gonna go off, she wasn't aware there were fireworks, and she swiped her card at the last second after he said he knew. It's pretty obvious, because we didn't have that discussion yet, right? Like, if during the trial we'd had the discussion where we're like, why'd you swipe your card at the last second when he said only the traitor's card will disable it? Like, we never had that accusation for Chiaki, so it's gotta be Chiaki, right? Like, that's probably the easiest way to justify it, is like, we've never had this, so we should suspect her the most, because last minute she was willing to swipe her card. Now, on the other hand, you could say, well, what's his face? Purple Hair hated it, but Purple Hair outright refused to swipe, meaning he might suspect he might actually be the traitor, but the game probably means this character, as she seems too earnest, almost. It's you. But she's been like practically forcing you to vote in the last 20 like lines of dialogue, so vote for who you think the traitor is. Like, please, it's the traitor. Please vote for whoever the traitor is. They can't tell you who the traitor is. And you're like, well, let's see. You're the only one pushing this hard for it, so it must be you. Chiaki, you're the traitor? Oh, hold on. And Monomi was really terrified when she's like, vote for the traitor. And now Monomi's double panicked. Oh my god. It's so obvious. But I didn't want to believe it. I still don't want to believe that. Really? You totally guessed right. As expected. Yep, you're correct. I'm the traitor. Agent sent by the Future Foundation to hide among you all. It's me. Damn. I still don't want that to be true. Why? This means Bakia does have to show up. There's a 50-50 chance he shows up, possibly at the very end. I'd say there's like I'd say there's about even odds that he shows up at the very end. Because that was revealed as not Bakia, and they've kind of continued a meta-narrative. They probably want to continue a meta-narrative, so we'll see. Let's see. Or an overarching narrative, maybe. This sucks. Why does this make sense? Chiaki, are you being serious right now? He's the traitor? That's a lie, right? You're joking. Sorry. It's true. Why are you saying sorry for? What does this mean? You up till now you've been tricking us? Trick. We've all been working together this whole time. We've been helping each other this whole time. He's actually saved us our asses multiple times. Chiaki being a traitor. Became a member of the horrifying Future Foundation. It's obviously a lie. Please wait, the Future Foundation isn't what you think it is. Shut the fuck up, we're talking to Chiaki. I have nothing more to say. Why? Yeah, they keep bringing up this obviously gonna lead something. Yeah, that's why I said it's at least like it's probably even. It's like even odds. Like there's pretty good odds to have that happen. I'm not 100% certain though, but yeah, I'm with you. There's a good chance he shows up in this game. Since it's not the real Bikyu, and they keep referencing him. They've gone back to him like more times than they've gone back to Terror, for example. They've never gone back to Terror, and they've gone back to Bikyu like 2 or 3 times already. So I don't think she was true. I spoke. Seriously? Seriously? Hold on, we're not satisfied. I'm not satisfied either. If you say the traitor, please provide an explanation to help us understand. We can't vote until we're satisfied, as you said earlier, Chiaki. If you're really the traitor, why'd you wait till now to reveal yourself? She revealed herself, literally 2 seconds before the bomb went off. Yeah, it's probably over even now that they've revealed that he was a fake. But I haven't seen hints of any other character arriving, so we'll see. It's weird, isn't it? Waiting till now to reveal herself. No, she outed herself like 5 minutes ago. Definitely strange, right? Or rather, why I was able to do that. Maybe I wanted to protect everyone, no matter the cost. What? Hajime, can you do me a small favor? A favor for me? I want you to prove to them I'm the traitor. What? Monokuma compared Nagito to Mikoto too? Yeah. What are you saying? Why do I have to do that? I want you to explain everything to you guys, but as expected, it's not difficult. That's fine. The only thing I can do is plead with you. You can do it. I believe you can do it. Just because she's the traitor doesn't mean we execute her, though, or executing her is right. That doesn't make sense. This should end up in Nagito's court. Whether I can prove or not, that's not the problem. Don't you understand? You might be asking me to kill you. There's no way I can do that. Seriously, we're doing that? I'm very sorry. This is the only way. Please. Looks like we gotta do what we can. Oh, you think Mikoto, Bikuya, and Kyoko are gonna show up? Alright. Might get... yeah, I'd say if Bikuya shows up, the others will probably show up too. The only one I don't know about is Yasuhiro. He's a dumbass. Maybe he'll miss the boat. It's not like I can believe that she's right. There's no way we can ignore this without confirming. She was disguised or something. That made it a heck of a lot easier to understand, but... She's not disguised at all! Chiaki isn't the traitor! Monomi? I'm not part of the same group as that girl! I don't know anything about that girl at all! Are you trying to cover for her like that? You really suck. I've always been alone. I have no friends anywhere. That's why I have no relation to Yaki whatsoever. We already have Soda. We don't need 2 village idiots. Yeah. Hajime, you're gonna fix my request, right? Chiaki isn't my friend. Here comes our rampage battle, right? I hate Chiaki so much. Wait. Monomi's clearly lying now. She just said she hated Chiaki. Monomi and Chiaki's relationship, proving it here is the only way. Panic talk. Here we go. That's a lot of hearts. Ooh. Give me that notebook. Monomi's notebook, pretty obvious when you see it. You're like, ooh, she doesn't have opposable thumbs. She can't freaking write that. Give me that notebook. Day 1 is able to talk to everyone for the first time today. Monokuma showed up and things turned bad. Day 2, Bikuya is the leader. A lot of things happened today. Everyone's tired. What's this? Is this Monomi's diary? Is the traitor's identity written here? It doesn't matter. She can't write in the first place. Nikita was probably looking for that too, so that might be why he's holding up. But he wouldn't know who the traitor is just by reading the notebook. Of course, Nikita wouldn't know either. However, it's different for me. You know? It took me this long, but I finally understand. Nobody knows. Let's just not remember what Yasuhiro sounds like ever. In truth, I might already know the moment I found this notebook. It's just I wanted to turn my eyes on the truth it contained. And now I know. I can't help but know. First of all, this isn't Monomi's diary. She can't write. Monomi sweating. Oh no. The one who wrote this is... Yes. Someone connected to Monomi. It's not a mistake to think the traitor wrote it. Yep. So, this is a report the traitor was sending to Monomi? Yep. Did ever they were observing our actions reporting to Monomi? Yep. Who would know who the traitor is from that? Because there's an entry written in here that only me and one other person would know. Topic we discussed in that entry. Wait, what? I don't even remember. doesn't tell me shit. The final dead room? It can't be that. It's either the final dead room or the days we spent, right? No, that wasn't anything written over the agent. It's the dead room. In the notebook, there was a specific entry. I don't remember the notebook entries, that's why I'm guessing, sorry. Notebook, there was a specific entry. Oh, Hajime tried to go into the final dead room. Ooh, right. Chiaki stopped us there. That makes perfect sense. That was... Ooh, I completely forgot that was something only she'd know. I didn't even remember that she'd stopped us. I remembered going in there, and I remembered not going in there because someone stopped us. Took me until now to remember who it was. Dang. Alright. Been this fun is for 3 days? Everyone's hungry and on edge. Hajime tried to go in the final dead room today. He's probably panicking because no one believes him. It's true. I'll try to go inside the final dead room. But I was stopped by Chiaki. The only one who knew that. Where the exit should be. I did. I finally figured out what the exit is. I can get out with this. I can finally get out. You shouldn't go in there. You shouldn't find me. That's right. The only person who knew that is Chiaki. Rest in peace, Chiaki, not him. That's what Chiaki's the only person who could have possibly written about this. Oh boy. Must be some mistake. Chiaki's the traitor. She's still not the killer. That's all the time we spent with her. That's all I... Sonia-san. Chiaki's... She's being controlled by Monokuma. That's why we should help her. I'm not satisfied either. This doesn't... If you were so traitor, still we do something stupid when we found the bomb. It's really stupid to be fighting over something like this. And so, with an annoyed expression on her face, Chiaki walked over to the bomb without saying a word. Took her handbook out of her pocket. Huh? Without hesitating, swiped the card reader. Looks like I was wrong. Now that you mention it, Chiaki immediately went to the card reader with her handbook. She tested it out right away after being told it would react to the traitor's handbook. That was not the dialogue that immediately followed, Soda, but okay. The dialogue that followed was Aoka, or was Muscles suggesting everyone swipe in order, and you panicking that it would set the bomb off if the wrong person put it, and then she's like, fuck you, we're gonna die if we don't, so she did it anyway. You can go with that framing, but the scenario doesn't quite line up. Doesn't make any sense. I try to be more cautious than that. Chucky probably knew the bomb was a fake. That's why she knew Nagito's trap was a bluff. She knew? Mistake, there must be a mistake. I'm trying to figure out how this matters to the trial. Aren't they just gonna vote Nagito dead anyway, because he's the person who architected his own demise? You can't just say, like, someone will randomly accidentally cause your death. Oh, why are you saying such things? Do you really want Chiaki to be a traitor? This is an elaborate suicide setup. It's still suicide. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe Chiaki's traitor. Because Chiaki couldn't pop. The only way Chiaki gets killed is if she knows that it kills him. But he intentionally put them in there to kill him, so he's still like the murderer. No way. No way. No way. I don't want to believe it either. I don't want to believe, but nobody will be saved. Chiaki's an accomplice. How is she accomplice to murder? Again, it's like only architect. It's only one blackened, right? Hey, bullets. Alright, Monokuma file, Sony's account, Monokuma's account. I don't know what we're firing. Chiaki's not the traitor. We were trying to turn off the bomb. Didn't Chiaki use the card reader right away? Traitor would have been more cautious. No way Chiaki would have known. The bomb was fake or not. The only person who knew the bomb was a fake. Me when I tried to get detonated. Didn't know a whole lot about bombs. I don't want to believe it, but... What? I don't know what we're supposed to pick here. I have no clue what we're supposed to pick here. None of these are appropriate. Either for pickups or for firing. What the fuck? Guys, the game's logic's got off the rails again. I hate this. I'm just gonna Google this one. I'm just Googling this one. I have no fucking clue. I'm literally going to guess every single one of these. Blah 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 blah. The answer is what, really? Apparently the answer is Sony's account on me. Really? What? Are you fucking kidding me? It said it didn't blow up the thing, but I took time damage? Are you serious? It wouldn't fire the bullet, but I took time damage? Fuck you. God. I don't even like this. I didn't make that! Are you fucking kidding me? Come on! Fucking really? It wouldn't fucking count for hitting with the fucking left mouse, but the right mouse, it counts as hitting. Are you fucking serious? In Dangan 1, Monokuma says there's only ever one blackened. There can't be two blackens. It specifically asked if there can be two blackens, because they're like, can you escape? And he's like, nah, can't be two blackens. It doesn't make any sense for anyone other than Nagito, or not, Nagito to die here. It's not blackened, but accomplice. Accomplices don't die, blackens do. The accomplice gets looped in with everyone else. It's only ever one person who survives the game. God, it's above. This is... Blah, 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 blah. Missed again. Are you fucking serious? I have to like move the mouse to some stupid location to hit this target because the left thing is bigger than the right thing. God. It's impossible to hit without blowing it up. Apparently that hits. Alright, fine. Countered. Sonya shouldn't be the only one who knew it was a fake.
軍事施設の爆弾が偽物だと分かったとき、そこには物見もいた。
Rules Monokuma list. Okay, I'll look up the rules. Let's look up the rules for the killing school life. That's not too hard. Oh my god. Load faster, please. Holy shit. Phone loading takes forever. Let's see. Blah blah blah. Violence. Motives. Aftermath. I don't care about that. I want to know, blah 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 blah. It was in Motive 3. It was in the third one, right? It was the third one where Celestia had a companion. Blah blah blah, after blah 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 blah, class trial. Because you can only ever vote for one Blackened, right? Blackened alone. Yeah, it's only Blackened. Not an official rule, but he did rule that in the third trial. He ruled that in the third trial very specifically. You can only ever have one Blackened. Because otherwise people would have to split their votes. And remember, like, think of it this way. You'd have to vote for Hifumi in the Celestia trial. You'd have to vote for Hifumi because Hifumi is an accomplice. And you'd have to split your vote 50-50. You don't just vote for any living people. That doesn't make any sense. The rules would like fall apart because you just, what you do is you just get an accomplice. You'd have every single here, look, I'm going to explain why it has to be one Blackened. Okay, every single one of us realizes that the Blackened escapes, assuming the Blackened isn't caught. So what we're going to do is every single person on the island will team up to kill one person. So, you know, 15 people will murder Teru because he's terrible. Every single person gets in there, beats the shit out of him, and throws him in the ocean. He drowns. Everyone's involved. Everyone's an accomplice to murder. You walk up to Monokuma. He asks you who done it. You say, Teru killed himself. Oh, the class guessed wrong. Everyone lives. Everyone leaves the island. The end. The game doesn't work that way. Okay? It's that simple. If it worked that way, that'd be really stupid. But hey, if you can do that, sure. If you want to say that that's what Monokuma would rule, okay, be my guest. I think Monokuma would probably say it's only one person, because that's what I recall from the Ludenberg trial. Oh well. All right, Monokuma was there when you found out the bomb at the military base wasn't real. You said so yourself. Is that true, Miss Sonia? Chiaki heard about it from Monami, and that's why she knew the bomb was a fake. It's all been found out. I'll just confess. The reason I couldn't tell you I knew the bomb was a fake, because if I'd said that, I would have had to explain how I heard about it from Monami. Good interjection here, by the way. If she knows it's a fake, why does she even respond? Already, don't say another word. I'm so very tired of it. Okay, I don't understand why she'd reveal herself then, if she, like, what? Okay, I don't want anyone to do this. I'm very tired of this. The accomplice doesn't count as a Blackened, but won't execute, but the accomplice, okay. The accomplice will still be executed with the Blackened fit out. Okay, you know what? I disagree with you there, but I'm okay with that. I'd be okay with that option. However, who do you vote for, BB? Who do you vote for? In the Celestia case, we voted for Celestia because she clearly architected the whole thing. In this case, do we vote for Nagito and kill? And does that result in Chiaki's death? I'd be okay with that. If it's vote for Chiaki, I'm completely opposed to that because that doesn't make sense. As clearly Nagito did all the work and literally everything, and it's purely random. We don't even actually know if she's the killer. We're just guessing. She knew the bomb was a fake. Just tell me we should judge the truth. You're absolutely right. If she knew the bomb was a fake, why did she swipe her card, and how are you using that as evidence against her? She knows the bombs won't explode, so she should be just as unwilling to swipe as everyone else. But she randomly threw herself to swipe, even though she knew it wouldn't mean anything. Sonya's account, well, we'll see. Even we knew the bomb was fake. That does not prove Chiaki is a traitor. It does, actually. That counts as evidence. I should be doubted too. No. After all, I also knew the bomb was a fake. I don't have any cuts left. I actually have no cuts left. Sonya's panicking pretty badly. I don't have enough words for her. It might be best to wait for Sonya's words. Oh, okay. We have to wait until we know what the groups are and how long these are. That's a little bit annoying. Not the end of the world though. Okay. A little bit hard to guess what this is. Knowing it's fake isn't the problem. It's that you get the information from Monomi. But again, why did she swipe? It doesn't make any sense. If that's what the evidence is. There was someone other than me and Monomi? Someone is Monokuma, that's what you're going with? He knows everything about this island. It was fake behind. Monomi and Chiaki are working together. Come again. Even if she knew the bomb was a fake. Oh, I shouldn't cut here. Reload. Okay. Yeah, the accomplice gets murdered, maybe. Why did you hear it from Monomi? What if there's someone other than me or Monomi? He knows everything about the island. Seriously, I don't know where to vote for. This is really annoying. I have no clue which statements I'm supposed to click. Because there could be an infinite number after that one. Okay. Skip over into the next one. Oh, we're swinging. Just move. Just move. Okay. Oh, we can fast forward this. That's nice. Is that the last line? I don't know what to vote for. None of these looked obvious. Monokuma is claimed to be omniscient, so he does know the answer. No? Chiaki heard from Monokuma beforehand. If she... No? I don't know what I'm guessing. I'm literally guessing. How's it going, Adrelian? I made a mistake. What am I clicking for these? This logic is like completely baffling. It makes no sense. What am I clicking? What am I clicking? What am I clicking? What are our bullets? Monomi's notebook. What am I clicking here? None of these are good, like, counter arguments. The diary Monomi update every day. According to Monomi, she can't write. That means nothing to this trial. Sony's account, the next one. Sonya's account doesn't seem appropriate to these either. Monomi was watching the whole thing. Monokuma's account's in here for some reason. He never revealed the fact to anyone. Monokuma actually told us that? Really? Okay, well, that works. Let's see, someone's Monokuma. He knows everything about the island. There we go. You're right, Monokuma probably knew the bomb was a fake, yep. Monokuma shouldn't have told anyone either. Pain from a Gundam game, really? I haven't played any Gundam games in a while. Nikito obtained the bomb he used. I wonder. I'm gonna give you guys a hint you should know it wasn't from the military base. I'll tell you the truth, the bombs there are all fakes. I know that already, you should have seen that earlier. Well, I thought if I kept quiet it would foreshadow a killing was gonna happen. That's why I'm just now telling you for the first time. I feel relieved. Monokuma may have been lying. Monokuma does lie, but he's probably not lying about that. Monokuma may have been lying. He wouldn't lie at times like this. You already know that. There's no advantage to him lying there. You're gonna believe Monokuma over Chiaki? It's not it. It's just... Even if Chiaki's traitor, is it okay to vote for her? No. It basically means we have to believe in Nagito's luck. That doesn't... That's not how this works. We're gonna die if we do that. That's not it. Are you telling me to trust his luck? Are you telling us to trust our lives, that bastard? Not it. There's no way I can believe in Nagito. I'm telling you that's not it. Shouldn't believe in Monokuma or Nagito. We have to believe in Chiaki. Eh? Doesn't matter who the traitor is. Even if Chiaki is the traitor, that's not the Chiaki I know. Nice speech. I believe in the Chiaki who's been with us the whole time. That Chiaki is saying she wants to protect us with our life. The only thing we can do is believe her. If we don't, nobody's gonna be safe. Can you listen to me a little? Yeah, sure. Something to be said about, you know, this is different than what happened before. Like before, you guys don't have to stay alive by doing something.
みんなは私を信じて生き残っていくんだよ。
You could stay alive by believing in me.
あなたを信じて、あなたを犠牲にしろとおっしゃるのですか？
I tell you to
そんなの
believe in you and sacrifice me. It's too cruel.
ごめんね。
I'm sorry.
千秋ちゃん、
Chiaki.
ものみちゃんもごめんね。
What do I mean? I'm sorry too. But she's not the killer.
きっと
Well, I guess we'll find out.
すごく怒られちゃうよね。
We're probably gonna get scolded by a lot of different people for this.
でもね、
So, I want
私
to
はどう
protect
しても
everyone
みん
by
なを
any
守り
means.
たかったんだ。
Like, she doesn't know if she threw the grenade, so we're trusting his luck that the traitor automatically throws all grenades that are lethal. Seems like a bad logic, but okay. It's luck, right?
そうできる
We're
こと
playing
が
roulette by
安心だ
trusting
よね。
Nagito. Because I think we shouldn't vote Chiaki off. That doesn't make sense. I'm happy I was... Are we gonna ask Monokuma who to vote for in this situation? It's not for me to decide whether that's right or wrong. Not for me to decide whether it's right or wrong. However, I believe it's truly amazing you're able to think like that. You could even call this a miracle.
ねえ、さっきから何を二人で話してるの？みんなポカーンってなっちゃってるじゃないの。
And what have you been talking about? Everyone's jaws are dropping, you know?
分かってるよ。
I know. It's
投票
voting
タイ
time,
ム
right?
でしょ。
Chiaki.
心配しなくても大丈夫だよ。私を信じて、私に投票して。
You don't have to worry. Believe in me and cast your vote. Why did it end up like this? Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. It's not fair. I feel the same as everyone else. There's no way I can agree to this. Emptiness, loneliness, sadness. Most of all, I'm ashamed of my weakness, but even so, I have to move forward. If we believe the person who's urging us forward, we have to start walking, and believe with as much hope in what lies ahead. Really? It's gonna... Really? Seriously, why do we vote for Chiaki? That doesn't make any sense. Chiaki is not the killer. Nagito did all the setup. This is only going to get us killed if we vote for her. I don't understand. It doesn't matter if she's the killer. It doesn't matter if she's the serial killer. It doesn't fucking matter. If she didn't kill anybody, it doesn't matter. She's not the architect of this scenario. We've clearly deduced that Nagito's the architect. This makes no sense. This vote is terrible. We vote for Nagito, and maybe she dies as an accomplice, but there's no way she's the person we vote for. This doesn't make any sense. Okay, like, sure, we'll vote her. Game's obviously telling us to vote for her. Nagito is the mind behind this. Why can't we vote him? We already had this conversation with Monokuma in the last game. This makes no sense. She's guilty? Of what? Well, we'll see how this goes. Alright, Monokuma, what's happening? And I'm poop. Let's go ahead and announce the result. We're wrong. The traitor from the Future Foundation, Nagito coming out as killer, is himself. What? How is that right? That's not even right. So, okay, so Monokuma is saying... I have a really interesting question. So, Monokuma is saying that if I get someone else to kill someone by say, like, poisoning some food they're making, they serve the food, they're the murderer because they were supposed to be cooking, and I get away with murder. Is that what he's saying? Like, you know, I'm helping Teru in the kitchen. I poison the food he's making. I leave. And because I'm the architect and not the killer, Teru's the murderer. And literally nobody would, like, you'd have, like, a lot of trouble guessing that. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. That's like the opposite of what the first game was. What the heck? That's clearly wrong, right? Like, Monokuma specifically had you vote for one blackened. You can't vote for multiple blackened. Like, okay, let's change this a little bit. If instead of Nagito being under the spear and being poisoned, it was like Fuyuhiko and Nagito set this up, so that when they tried to save them, he'd end up dying. Wouldn't that be Nagito on the guillotine? I don't really understand. Like, Monokuma doesn't allow for things like self-defense, but he clearly laid out that the architect of a murder is the blackened and not the perpetrator, not the direct killer. So if he convinces someone else to murder someone, the architect's the guilty party, not the killer. I am very confused how we're going here. Okay, Chiaki was a traitor. The fact that Nagito's crime depended entirely on his luck. Everything was true. Oh, we'll see how this goes. So that means the Bastard managed to pull it off? Yeah. No, yeah, exactly. I'm perfectly okay with Chiaki dying because she's an accomplice at random. I mean, if that's the way he wants to rule it, okay? If that's the way he wants to rule it, sure, go ahead. No complaints. The problem is, Chiaki isn't the blackened. That doesn't make sense. We've explicitly had this conversation with Monokuma directly. How are we getting to this conclusion? Congratulations, everyone. Alright, stupid about something. Chiaki, let me ask you one more time. Are you really part of the Future Foundation? Yeah, she is. An agent of the organization that brought us to this island? Is that your true identity? It's like, there's so many ways this can be really stupid. Let's take a trip mine and we'll have the wire lead to another room. Okay, let's do something really easy. We'll lay a tripwire, okay? There's a tripwire with a bomb, you know, your classic like laser C4. You get in like 007 game. We'll place that. Now, because they walked over the laser and killed themselves, that's a suicide and not murder. I set up the situation for their death, but they caused the death, because I would, if they hadn't been there, nobody would have died. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but that's the new ruling? You place the bomb? Irrelevant. Irrelevant who places the bomb. What's relevant is who actually detonates it. That doesn't make a lot of sense, right? That's what we're in. That's the scenario we're in here, is where you can use anything that's like indirect. You can use any indirect method of killing somebody. As long as you're not the person pulling the trigger, they get to be the blackened, and you just vote them as the murderer. That's really stupid. Sorry, I didn't catch. I don't care that she's a traitor. This is getting... Alright, I can't believe it, even though I don't want to believe it. There's no choice but to believe, right? Sure. Sorry. It would have been better if I could just said it sooner. Couldn't say it no matter what. I can't betray the Future Foundation. Why can't you? Can't betray them? You want to fly, you can't, right? Even if you want to swim where you please, you can't, right? It has to be more indirect. Okay, we'll make it more indirect. We'll change it to Nagito's indirect. We'll change it to Nagito's indirect. We'll give someone a button. We'll give someone a happy button that's been rewired to detonate explosives at someone else's feet. And just say, hey, press it. Hey, look, I found an easy button. You know, everyone loves the Staples easy button. Want to press it? Yeah, sure. Beep. That was easy. Oh, someone just died. Congratulations, you're guilty of murder. Bye. That's literally all you can do. You eat a banana, give the peel to someone else. That throws it on the ground. Someone slips on the banana peel and dies by hitting their head. Yeah, but that would actually be like you accidentally causing someone's death by tripping them. And, like, there's no reason you would expect that someone with a banana peel would throw it on the ground instead of disposing it. In this case, we've intentionally set up a scenario where they're incredibly likely to actually kill somebody if they do what you tell them to, but they would have no knowledge that it could ever potentially kill somebody. So, slipping and falling can reasonably kill someone. Extinguishing the fire that could easily burn them to death is not something that is likely to lead to death. So in this case, if we can do this, I don't know if it's randomness or if it's not. If it's either randomness or it's if it's randomness that determines it, then you're pretty safe. You can just like you can do something like make a cake that's poisoned and then have someone at random serve it to someone else. And because you can just leave it out there for someone. Because you have no clue who's gonna die, it's not your fault and you can just walk away because, right? The person who serves it to someone is the murderer, and if they serve it to themselves, they're also the murderer because you weren't planning on killing them. It just was a possibility that might have happened if they happened to eat the cake they found. No big deal. They serve the cake to 3 people. They find a cake in the kitchen, they serve it to 2 people, both people die. Not your problem. Yeah, but Nagito's luck forces someone to kill them? Okay. That's clearly Nagito in the background doing things, right? Even if you want to fly, you can't, right? Even if you want to swim when you please, you can't, right? It's the same for me. Due to the nature of my existence, I'll never be able to betray the Future Foundation. The heck? In the end, you did something similar. What you did is no different than sharing your secret yourself. You're right. It's not the time to be laughing. But strangely enough, I don't have any regrets. Okay. In fact, I'm somewhat happy. I was able to think I wanted to protect everyone. Like, I'm okay with just voting for Nagito and saying she's dead by accomplice. That makes way more sense. Alright. That's why I feel proud of my actions. You're still saying things I don't get, but if we ask you anything, you're just not gonna answer, right? Like, if I ask why you're in the Future Foundation and stuff. Sorry. Even if you betrayed us. Chuck, you're always our friend, even now. We don't blame you for this. That's why you don't need to apologize. So the traitor was revealed and Chiaki lost. In the end, it was all went according to Nagito's plan, huh? Because I believe this specific example was given in the first game was what if you tell someone to kill? What if you convince someone to kill someone for you? Then you become the killer, not the killer. So this doesn't make any sense. Like, even if you directly convince someone to be the killer, it's still not it. I don't know how the logic works for this. Alright, the traitor was revealed, Chiaki lost, in the end it was huge. All according to Nagito's plan, but... about that. Is it really Nagito's goal? Is it okay to say he was trying to find the killer to eliminate them? I mean, with Nagito's luck, this basically means he can kill anybody just by, like, randomly setting up scenarios where someone else is in danger. He shouldn't have trusted his own luck, he should have just used his luck and been like, at luck, my luck at random will cause the person I want to die to randomly throw a grenade and be executed. And he just tied someone else up. Instead of, if it was anyone other than him, it would have been hilarious. Because then he could just get away with killing people infinitely. Anyway. Sure. Set up scenarios where people try to save someone, but it leads to someone else's death. Because you replaced things that would save them with things that would murder them. Like, okay. It's like, oh no, this person has chronic headaches. Here, I'm gonna get... Here, I'll go... It's like, here, I'll go get your... I'll go get your Advil. Instead of Advil, gives them poison. They ate the poison. Oh, well, they died. Too bad. Like, alright, that's a little bit lame. Like, poisoning is like is indirect enough for this that the logic would work for poisoning, that you could just force anyone to poison anyone else by making them serve the food if you poisoned it. It's really dumb. Alright. We nearly lost, right? Yeah, I guess so. I feel like we've already lost, actually, because the game's logic no longer matches up with like any semblance of the rules. Alright. If Chiaki hadn't said anything, we definitely would have lost. That's a good point. That's exactly it. Even though Nagito said he'd weed out the traitor, he never said he'd kill the traitor. Congratulations, you successfully stopped Nagito's plan. I mean, Nagito's plan was to reveal the traitor and kill everyone besides the traitor. Beside the traitor? That was Nagito's goal. Why would he do something like that? Well, for a plan, only the traitor would survive? So really, that was... Okay. Okay. Okay, well. I mean, if it's not Nagito's fault, the circumstances would be different. He probably wouldn't have taken me so far. Chiaki, you're really a kind-hearted person. You think so? I wonder where you get your personality from. Maybe our dad and big brother, don't you think? Don't go talking about your family all of a sudden. That's totally ripping off territory. It's true. I cannot lose to Chiaki. Just like Chiaki knows, even if I know it's a fight I can't win. I was trying to retaliate. Retaliate? Oh no, longer let you do as you please. Stupid, what are you doing? As they say, we shall die together. She's self-destructed? What's going on? Monokuma, like, die? I'm not dead. What new fucking one came out? A new one fucking out. That surprised me. If only I didn't have a spare, I would have died. Not yet, I'm not done yet. Wait, hey, wait. I don't beat you, nobody can live in peace. Stop it, I'm sorry, Alice, forgive me. Not yet. Seriously, stop. If you don't stop right now, it's all gonna be destroyed. Of course I'm doing it, so you'll all be destroyed. I'll be the one to protect my students. Two only had the new rule of 1 kill attack. I'm pretty sure that was also a rule in the other one. Hold up. Yeah, Rule 8 is the Blackened can only kill 2 students. And it was implemented after 2 people died in the previous game as well. It's still there, right? Must live there once the merge takes place. Black and exposed. Until 2 students remain. I keep getting different answers. Oh, that's the 3rd game. That's annoying. Where's the rules for the first one? Oh well. I'm pretty sure there was a cap on how many people you could kill in the first one the minute the poison was became available. Because he didn't want people poisoning food supplies. I think it's capped on 2 people. Oh no, me. Now then, how many of you are still there? You might as well all come out at once. How many? Not that much. Just around 10 to the 60. What did you say? 1 million? 1, 10, 100 billion, 10,000, 1 million. Billion, trillion, quadrillion. Jump ahead, 10 to 60. That's 10 to the 60th power. Isn't that like as many elements? Hold up. Isn't that... How many atoms are in the universe? Oh, there's 10 to the 78, my bad. That's more than there is mass. Oh, sorry, that's more than the Earth's mass, by the way. Just like wait, mass of Earth? Having that would be like less than 25. That's Okay, there are more Monokumas than there are kilograms on Earth. More Monokumas than the mass of the Earth, assuming Monokuma is a kilogram. That's a little bit large. That's clearly an exaggeration. 10 to the 60th. After all, you're still joking around. You have quite the daring spirit. Except I'm not joking. Yeah, you are joking though. Did you see that scene? What are you saying? While you're doing this, my clothes are continuously and endlessly created in the Monokuma manufacturing facility. Those were just stuffed animals. That's right. That's right. I checked with my own hands. They're just plushies. You're bluffing. Monomi, finish them all. Even if it's just a plushie, as long as you give Monokuma's personality, it becomes a fully developed Monokuma. What? There's no... That's not even... It's a plushie. It can't possibly do anything. You also can't give a plushie intelligence. It's not even magic. Magic. You already obtained that much power? Hold on, if you bring up magic says something, we're gonna be confused. Unless you mean magic in a text sense, we don't understand this at all. What's going on? Don't tell me they're not gonna call it magic or something. I don't care how you interpret it. In the end, even if Monomi risks her life or does whatever, it doesn't matter to my army of 10 to the 60. It's still an order of magnitude more. How light? You have more than the mass of the Earth in Monokumas. You can't have that many. No value in that luxury. How about this? That overwhelming despair, does it make you dizzy from excitement? If Monokuma has that many and he isn't lying, that means we're in a simulation, because otherwise, I'm pretty sure we'd get like a friggin' singularity from Monokumas. Jesus. Monokuma doesn't need the cameras, and now there's plushies. Yeah, there's 10 to the 60 plushies. And plushies become Monokumas when they previously were mechanical. And how many Monomis are left to challenge my army of 10 to 60? You don't have to say anything. I know. Let's see. You have 10 more left, right? I know everything. I'm the conqueror of the new world. He also called it the new world, which means might be a digital frontier. I won't give up, even if I have no chance of winning. It's okay. Huh? Not about giving up, you know. Let's believe in them. Believe in everyone and leave the rest of them. Right? What the hell's going on? I don't know for certain. The only thing I can say is Monokuma is an enemy of the Future Foundation. Does that mean there's another organization that's our enemy besides the Future Foundation? We're in this situation because we're kind of a dispute between two organizations. That's it. Leave the talk for later. Because it's punishment time. Hold on, just a little more time. Wait or not to wait. That's the question, but the real which will cause more despair? That's the real question. you think about it, you know, right? There's no way I'd wait. But I haven't...
ごめんね。
Sorry, Hejime. Regardless, there's nothing I can say. I'm not allowed to say anything more than I already have. Not that I... No, I have a special punishment for Chiaki, the ultimate gamer. Alright. And for Monomi, too. Huh? What? Monomi? It's a 2-for-1 special. I could have killed the thing anytime I wanted since she's not a student. And I don't need anybody that'll defy me anymore. Oh, I remember now. I'm an only child.
そんな。
What? What? Okay. It's okay. Even if I'm here, I'll just be a burden anyway. Not just that. I decided to believe in everyone. Okay.
みんな。
Guys, I'm sorry about my
いろいろ
things.
とごめんね。
Well, last time, I believe this was the trial that resulted in a retrial where we got executed, right?
話すような真似して。ごめんね。
So I guess I'll see if there's a twist in this execution. Because this one makes just as little sense as us being the murderer.
最後まで守ってあげられなくて。
I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you to the very
ごめ
end.
んね。
Yeah, it's fine.
最後に
Just one last time, let me say something that makes me sound like a
先
teacher.
生っぽいことを言わせてください。英雄
No
に
need
な
to
る
be a
必要
hero.
なんて
You don't have
ない
to force
んです
yourself
よ。
just to make
無理
people
に
acknowledge you.
誰かに認め
Okay.
られなくて
Thanks,
もいい
Monomi.
んだからね。
Let's see how this goes.
そんなことで自分を責めたり、他人を責めたり、そんで誰かに嫉妬したり。
When you do that, you end up blaming yourself, blaming other people, and being jealous of everyone.
でもね、
No, it doesn't have to be like that.
他人に認められなくても自分に胸を張れる自分になればいいんです。
Even if people don't acknowledge you, you just have to be someone you can be proud of.
で、
You yourself are your biggest
自分
supporter.
こそが自分の最大の応援
And here I thought Chad was my biggest supporter. Damn.
そうやって
You can learn to love yourself. That love will continue to support you for the rest of your life.
一生自分を応援し続けてくれますよ。
Okay.
ブラブ。
Blah, blah. Alright.
バイバイ。みんな。
Bye, everyone.
大丈夫だよ。
Okay, shining future.
輝
We're
か
always
しい
waiting
未
for you.
来はいつだって君たちの前に広がっているから。本当だよ。絶対だよ。
It's true. It's absolutely true.
だって、
Yeah.
私にはわかるんだもん。
バイバイです。
Don't forget about your teacher.
先生のこと忘
Don't
れ
forget
な
about
い
your
で
teacher.
くださいね。
Right. Video time? Then let's begin with high spirits. This is the very last. Punishment time. Okay. Well, let's see how this goes. Okay, Chucky found guilty. Punishment time for you too, Monomi. Oh, it's all the Monomis too. Alright, a tank. Well, the only good news is if he just fires the main gun, she dies instantly. Oh, you wouldn't need those explosions. Alright. Alright then. An unfortunate death, I suppose? Alright. Until the very end, I couldn't look away from Chiaki's final moments. Without realizing it, I had fallen to my knees. A feeling of powerlessness spread throughout my body. It's over. It just had to end. Before I could ask what I needed to ask, before I could say what I needed to say, Chiaki vanished before my eyes. And I couldn't even tell her thank you. If I'd said that, would she have been comforted a little? As she was executed as a traitor, would she have been comforted a little? I don't know. My chest just hurt. Alright. Good gracious, that was a big surprise. As for Chiaki, she regularly took on the role of appointment during class trials, as did Nagito too. And not only was she the traitor, she was Nagito's killer too. Okay. Oh well, don't worry about it. There won't be any more situations where you need to rely on them.
Huh?
What does that mean? Now that the annoying rabbit is gone as well. All of the obstacles that have been keeping us stuck on the island are completely gone. Okay, after all, we could always use a new alter ego. Are you serious? Really, this is island? Well, I mean, if you delete your mind, you're still dead, so I don't really care if it's simulation. Since death would be the end of consciousness. Are you serious? Can we really do this island? Yup, congratulations, but this island is the end of the killing skill trip. For you 5 who survived till now, I'll give you the right to graduate. Thank you for your hard work. Are you really okay with that? What do you mean? There's still 2 days left. If you were acting like your usual self, you'd be setting things up so another killing happens right away. You're right. Stop, what are you saying? What if Monokuma changes his mind? And you said you 5, like you're emphasizing that part. Does the number of people matter more than the remaining time? That's why you're saying it's the end, even though there's still 2 days left, right? It matters that there's 5 people left. Are you planning to make a volleyball team? Volleyball team is more than 5, it's at least 6, Akane. Actually, it's 7, sort of. It's exactly, Nekomaru. You need minimum 6 people. With an optional 7th. IQ taught me something useful. Don't stay quiet, say something. What's your actual purpose? You're our enemy and the enemy of the Future Foundation. What's your true identity? If the Future Foundation is the world ender, then I'll end the new world that the Future Foundation has created. What? Well, you just have to look forward to the rest after the countdown ends. The timer's almost at 0. If it reaches 0, everything will end. The Future Foundation's lame plan will be nothing but toilet bubbles. And when that time comes, you'll know everything. You'll see all your questions answered in one go. And then you'll find out for yourselves just how messed up this new world is. New world? I'm gonna say shit like that all of a sudden. Akane counts as also. We'll just think of the remaining 2 days until the countdown reaches 0 as a bonus. While you're at it, you should enjoy your life on this tropical island to the fullest. Because once you leave the island, your hopeless lives back home will be waiting for you. Okay. Monokuma's boisterous laughter carried on for what felt like forever. Our questions, our worries, our sadness were simply ignored. The laughter just kept going forever. And for what we did afterwards, honestly, it doesn't matter at all. I'm still thinking the Future Foundation is trying to condition people to withstand the despair problem. That's what I think they're trying to do. At least that was one of my theories as to why BQ is on the island, but then it turns out he's not real, so I don't really know. I would have guessed that the scenario was set up to try and condition people to survive the ultimate despair thing, and that's why we had these, but must be something else. Must be something else. Because it's not, Bikuya's fake, so he's not actually involved, and he'll only be involved if he shows up at the end. Interesting. I returned to my cottage for the time being and fell asleep. Even after I woke up, my will to move my body didn't come back, and Monokuma didn't make an evening or a morning announcement. And that's why. I didn't look back on everything that happened up till now. I didn't think about what was going to happen. Do you think it's a program to condition or revert ultimate despair but hijacked by Monokuma? See, that's what I predicted with Fat Kyuya, right? I predicted... My idea is that he is the person... He's like your guide, right? He's like your torch. And he kind of just pulls you through it, and maybe he dies early, maybe he doesn't. But the fact that it was fake Bikuya means I'm not really sure what the purpose of the program is. Since clearly nobody in here is real. But somehow we got an image of Bikuya in here, which is kind of weird. And they directly reference the previous title, which shouldn't advantage Monokuma at all. Chiaki and Monomi the guides. But there's no despair to overcome if Monomi and Chiaki are the only ones there. See, it can't be hijacked by Monokuma because it can't be hijacked by Monokuma because they're supposed to overcome the despair. And Chiaki and Monomi are literally just like Monomi's initial plan was literally you're trapped in an island and you just relax with your friends. Okay? Does a 2-week island, let's assume, how long is it? Like a month-long island vacation? The bomb is like a month. So let's assume, does a month-long vacation make you immune to the ultimate despair? I don't think so. I don't think that's how it works. Like, Monomi's plan would never revert the despair. It wouldn't really work, right? So there has to be someone else there, which should have been Bikuya. It's like reintegration. Reintegration to society, you go through the program. And the program just has you talking to people, like living your school life. And then you come out and you're ready to hang out and do whatever needs to be done. But then the issue is there's no information in the first 6. We've explored everywhere and there's no information on the way society is outside. So if it was a reintegration program that was just like teaching you to be friends and about the world, one of the things they'd have at least halfway through the program is start hinting at what the world's like, and they don't have anywhere that hints at that. Nothing hints at what the world is actually like. Like, let's ignore Monokuma. None of the places have any information on what the world's like right now. Like, I would expect things like the hints of the despair disease, you know, like we had in the previous game. I'd expect those to at least be showing up. I'd expect them to show up around chapter 3 or 4, like direct hints to the world being changed, and but like in like media form that the characters can kind of try and integrate into themselves and understand that the world's radically changed. But that really hasn't happened. So I'm not sure about that. Like, I would think Monokuma's almost part of it. But I'm like, did something go wonky? Like, did something go wrong? Because it seems like the character who's supposed to be guiding you isn't working. Yeah, maybe it's a new school system but has some defects. That seems more likely. Like, the fact that it isn't Bikuya is kind of weird, so that means we don't have anyone who's actually supposed to anchor us and keep us alive through the Monokuma stuff. Or, like, keep us invigorated, I guess. Chiaki's apparently a traitor, but a weird one, and I don't really know why she's dying. I also don't know if people who die are actually dead or just, like, put in a freezer. Like, if you're... Let's assume that the people... Okay. Who is up? Let's ask 2 questions. 1, are the 5 people that Monokuma cares about surviving actually the only people in the system? That's a possibility, right? There's a possibility that we're the only 5 people and everyone else was AI. That's a possibility. There's also like a possibility that those people are real people and they just get shut down and like recycled into another cycle until they can succeed or survive through this trial. Like, oh, if you have a mental breakdown and murder someone, they're okay with killing, quote unquote, killing you, which basically just puts you on pause and puts you in another cycle where you eventually learn to not murder people. Like, you overcome that despair. Or that's like their decision for how you actually overcome it. You don't think Chiaki actually died? See, that's why I'm not sure. Like, okay, is Chiaki a real person? I don't know. I don't know if Chiaki's a person. And I don't know if she's actually dead. And we're in like what is becoming more and more, you know, it was kind of evident early on, but it's really evident. It was evident early on, and it's come back to prominence in this chapter 5 that we are clearly in a world that isn't real. Like the first evidence we had was literally like magic wands and shit, where you're like, okay, that's clearly fake. And the horse turning the cow turning into chicken. Those two things are like clearly impossible unless you have like some crazy advanced super tech which nobody else is showing around, which is effectively magic anyway, or you're like not in the real world. So I'm not really sure how the system's intended to work. I would guess that it either cycles people or determines if they're capable of reintegrating to society. Maybe it's a measurement of that. Like if you end up killing someone and they kill you for that, they just axe you. If you end up getting axed, you get recycled into another round to see if you can survive it and survive your despair. Because like obviously if you get murdered because Monokuma made you willing to respond to literally any command ever via magic, and you got killed because you did whatever someone told you to because you couldn't control yourself, you know, I probably wouldn't say that person doesn't deserve to be like reintegrated to society. I just like rerun the cycle for them. So for say like Ibuki, for the sake of Ibuki, I would say like either she's put on pause or she wasn't a real person. And I don't know which one it is. I don't really have enough information to say if she wasn't a real person or if she was a real person who got murdered via this nonsense simulation, and they're like, well, okay, we'll just stick you in the next round and see if you don't get murdered via bullshit. It feels like that would be the next logical step, unless the previous school life was also a simulation and Monokuma's trying something else. I don't really want to make the assumption that the first game's a simulation. That is one problem I have. I don't want to make that assumption because it means you can't really tell anything about the world because everything could be a simulation. You just keep saying, well, oh, the outside world's also a simulation, you know. Well, the fact that the world got destroyed, also a simulation. You're trapped in some horrific game or something for someone's amusement. Like, whatever, that doesn't lead anywhere. Alright, I kept praying nothing else would happen, and burrowed deep into my sheath as if I were trying to hide. In doing so, I was somehow trying to endure the long day. And then the sun finally set. We spent a 24-hour period in bed. That's impressive. I literally can't do that. I can spend like 12 hours, but then I have to get up and eat. The day feels abnormally long when you spend it praying nothing happens. Probably a simulation, yeah. Reminds me, I haven't heard Monokuma's announcement. It's been evening and daytime and evening, and he hasn't said anything. I guess it isn't needed anymore. Is everything really going to end? What is everything anyway? How far? How much is everything? If we leave this island, is everything going to end? See, like, endings like this... Oh, whatever. There's still so much we don't know. About our school memories of Future Foundation, Hope's Peak, Monokuma's Traverse. Can we really end this and turn our back on all that? And not just that, if we're really leaving, then where are we going? Hope's Peak? Go to chapter 6, please. That was my last night at Jabberwock Island. At a place where my worries didn't even matter. Everything was about to end. It's a prison for Hajime, and Monokuma is trying to wake him up via trauma and despair. And the students are running the simulation. Running through the simulation. They're the ones who went gaga because of ultimate despair. I had a fun dream somehow, I feel. I think it was about my childhood because I was able to face the day somewhat happier feeling than usual. That's right. It's the last day, according to Monokuma. Suddenly my body shuddered. Right when I opened my eyes, I was gripped by a fear I had never felt before. A fear like I had been abandoned in this world, completely, utterly alone. With nobody left on this island, Kazuichi, Yukiko, Akane, Sonia. Like everyone was gone, I couldn't find them anywhere. I suddenly couldn't believe in anything, like everything in this world was nothing but lies. I just started screaming. I rushed out of the cottage, desperate to escape the fear. I rushed out of the cottage, desperate to escape the fear. It actually repeated. I rushed out of the cottage, desperate to escape that fear. And here we go. Alright. What happens next? Who knows? But we're once again clearly in a simulation, and something's going to happen. What happens next? We'll find out next time.